They put me in charge of the first flame trench for 2025. Bold decision. We'll see how that pays off. Roll that intro, kid.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RS-68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Echo down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Oh, dude, we're starting out great here, aren't we? Welcome to the first flame trench of 2025 here. I am EJ, your host, and we have good topics to talk about. I had the mic muted because I was typing. I was typing stupid stuff into the chat while the intro was rolling. I'm not going to lie to you. But anyway, if you want amateur hour, I'm here and I am hosting. It is going to be a good time. We got good stuff to talk. We got some good rocket topics to talk to you about. Not nervous at all, I swear. All right, so it's not just me hosting the Flame Trench here. I have two hosts with me tonight. I have Sawyer. How you doing, buddy?
Good. You know how you have those books at the beginning of the intro?
Yeah.
There's this cool one called the Dictionary. I think you should take it and check it and have it with you while you're hosting today.
Oh, I read that
That's
sometimes.
a little too mean. I'm sorry. Hi.
No.
It's good to be back.
No, it's good to have you, man. I do read the dictionary from time to time. I like to break a mental sweat too.
Oh, you do a good job of it. But no, it's good to be here in a new year.
Yeah, man. It's good to have you. It's good to see you, man. I'm happy you're hosting it here with me. And then bringing up the third slot today, we have the competent Starship man himself. That's what he said. He told me to call him that.
I did not say anything like that.
Yeah, of course you did. You said you're the Starship guy.
I mean, yeah, because I always, I'm being thrown into all the Starship topics and Falcon topics. I have here like this little collage that I made of, all of the SpaceX stuff in 2024. But there's going to be a lot of things going on in 2025, right? And we're starting off with the big ones this week.
Yeah, actually, two gigantic rockets getting ready to fly next week. Oh, man, this is going to be crazy. We got New Glenn and we got Starship. Which one do we want to talk about first? I think we should probably get New Glenn first because that's launching first. Sawyer, what's the forecast looking like here? What do we got?
Well, it's a little too far out to do the weather forecast, but I can at least give you a forecast for the upcoming launch itself. Which, these BE-4s like the new year, don't they? They first made their debut on Vulcan Cert 1, which was early January 2024. Now we have 7 of them, helping to debut the new flight of New Glenn here in early January of 2025, with the launch now currently set for no earlier than January 8th at stupid o'clock in the morning for the debut flight of this massive rocket. In case you didn't know, this is Blue Origin's first attempt into orbital spaceflight with a reusable first stage and a large amount of potential payload area inside the upper part of the rocket. You have a 7-meter wide diameter vehicle. You have 7-meter payload fairings. And it's mostly 7. It tapers out at the bottom to 8.5 meters. So we're talking a vehicle comparable in size to the core stage of Artemis, of SLS, almost as wide as Starship. This thing is huge. So to get to this point so far, you could see there, we've got the 7 BE-4s, and then the upper stage has those 2 BE-3Us. That is the payload. The blue ring that will be on board, which in comparison to the ginormous payload fairing, it's kind of small, but the goal is to be able to test out this ring concept to be able to put onto larger satellites, like the one that you see on the screen there, with all of these different capabilities. Right, Ryan? Exactly. So that is the payload that will be going up, and hopefully after that, next we will start to see some more payloads on there. Maybe get some escapade mission finally to Mars, which was originally going to be the first payload, but had to be delayed due to the vehicle not being ready. So far, we have also seen, finally, it took a while, the vehicle static fire. That was on December 27th, lasted for about 24 seconds, including 13 seconds at full thrust. So we are getting close to this flight. We already saw that the recovery vessel, Jacqueline, has departed the Port Canaveral area and is on its way out to the landing zone, because in case you're unaware, very similar to SpaceX, the first stage will be recovered on the drone ship Landing Platform Vessel 1, also known as Jacqueline. You can see there from that static fire, oh, I cannot wait to see those engines light up again and actually see it lift off. That is going to be so nice. I can just look at that all day. And hopefully we won't have to look at it too long, depending on how many attempts it takes them to get off. They do have a 3-hour window on January 8th, opening 1 a.m. local.
Man, 1 a.m. Okay. If that's what they want to do, stupid o'clock is right.
Yeah, what is it with new vehicles that want to debut in like not great lighting? I mean, first Starship flight was right around morning, which meant a lot of night views for everything leading up to it. The static fire for this was at night, the launch is at night, the debut flight of Vulcan was at night, the debut flight of Terran R, which was another methane rocket for the Cape, was also at night. Why? Why at night? Come on, we like seeing the rocket. Please. Also, the Atlas V with the first orbital flight test for Starliner. Same thing. Why?
That is a great question.
I was asking myself that too.
One of the things, so, this payload is going into a medium Earth orbit. So unlike, most of the other, debut launches usually carry things maybe to low Earth orbit, or things like that. In the case of Vulcan, it did not launch to low Earth orbit. It actually launched it to a translunar injection. So that was like more of a kind of, like a one-off kind of thing, the other way around. Usually, all the rockets tend to launch things to low Earth orbit. Falcon Heavy is also a one-off as well there, where they did this thing going to heliocentric orbit, but they also did a few tests and whatnot in a medium Earth orbit as well in the meantime. In the case of this mission, they're going to be going, because I have here the notes, it's a 2,400 by 19,300 kilometer orbit at 30 degrees inclined. So it's going to be, smack down in the middle of medium Earth orbit. And so I really have no idea. Usually when you schedule these very weird launch windows, it's because you gotta hit some kind of orbit. I have no idea, though, why this one in particular has to be launched at 1 a.m. Eastern. It's like, why? Couldn't you launch to that orbit at 5 p.m. maybe? Some nice sunset launch. I don't know.
I feel like I kind of have an idea, and I know we've talked about this in the back channel for other launches. By the way, LSR was pointing out SLS's debut was also at night, even though it wasn't supposed to be originally, and then it was. Anyway, keep in mind that we've got incredibly long windows typically for these first flights, and potentially multiple attempts within that window, given what we saw for the static fire testings that totally went fine every time until they eventually got to the actual static fire. It's still pretty busy holiday season for air travel around now. So I wonder if it's because you're talking one of the large transportation corridors that goes along the Orlando, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Jacksonville areas here, that maybe they're going, let's try and avoid disturbing as much air traffic as possible if we're going to give them 3 full hours for the attempt. maybe. Still don't like it, but maybe.
You know, guys. So sorry, while you were saying that, yeah, you're definitely not wrong about the air travel. That's odd. That could be a thing. But I actually just looked. They might not have been able to get a spot during the day. On Monday and Tuesday, there are 2 Falcon 9s ready to go. On Monday, SpaceX wants to send Starlink 671 out of Pad 40. And then on Tuesday, they want to send Starlink 1211 out of 39A, which is interesting. Falcon 9 off of 39A. Like, those are both, those launches respectively are, 11:44 a.m. and 10:51 a.m. It's entirely possible that they couldn't get a spot during the day. I mean, maybe. Who knows? I still.
It could be, yeah.
Maybe it could have been like, maybe would have been better to be like at the end of the day. But there's also like, it's not just like, oh, just pencil us in for like 5 p.m. Right? You got to take into account. Right, like satellite and collision avoidance and stuff. This is something that gets taken into account every time a launch happens. You got to make sure there's no satellites even remotely close. You don't want to hit something on the way up. Like, don't get me wrong, the likelihood of that happening is very, very low. But it's the likelihood stays low by planning your launch window around potentially debris, or could be solar winds, another thing, any perturbing thing that would affect the ascent, right? Could be that too, who knows?
Yeah, but then again, we've seen how quickly the range has turned around different vehicles. We've seen multiple Falcon vehicles launch within hours of each other. We've seen an Atlas and a Falcon 9 launch the same day as each other, and that was 2023. So we're talking nearly 2 years ago now. The range, it seems like, has improved dramatically since then. I feel like it's possible that they would be able to do both in the same day. So why couldn't you have one at noon and one at, say, 6 or 7 p.m., or maybe one earlier morning, one later afternoon, rather than destroying all of our sleep schedules for what will likely be multiple attempts.
Yep. Dude, can I get some bad juju out off my chest here real quick?
Go for it.
It's going to scrub and launch at the same time as Flight 7, right? Oh, God, it felt bad to say. It felt bad to say.
We called it in the video. We put it in the New Glenn video that just came out, that knowing our luck, they're going to fall at the same time.
I felt so bad saying that. But yeah, you're right. It's a first launch, right? Whenever you look at SLS, that took them a second to get that thing going, or 2, or 3, or 10
months. Yeah.
Anytime you're running a first launch campaign for a brand new vehicle, it takes time, right? It definitely takes time, and it pays to go slower here. You don't want to try to ramp up your first launch. You want to ramp up your 20th launch, right? Like, that's when you want to go fast, when you got everything figured out.
And we're also talking, the first time that they're using methane at 36, so that's new there. We're also talking them using hydrogen for the second stage. We all know how great hydrogen can be. Totally doesn't like to leak or anything. All of this new stuff. We're talking a pad that used to be pad A and B that used to launch a while back. Hasn't seen something lift off in a long time. So there's some GSE that, sure, it's brand new, most of it, but it still has to be tested, put through the ringer, and there's the potential of running into issues with that. Mm-hmm. I mean, technically, they've been able to do a lot of tanking tests, whether intentional or not, but, it's a new pad, it's a new vehicle. That's why I feel like, when we saw Falcon Heavy, it only delayed 3 or 4 hours on its first attempt, because 39A. Same with Vulcan. It's pad 41. It's relatively well used. And when we saw Vulcan go off on its first attempt, so
Yeah, Vulcan was the anomaly there. I mean, there's clearly some observations that need to be ironed out with that thing. But it does. I've been hanging around with you too much. Oh, jeez.
The first pun of the year on Flame Trench goes to EJ.
Oh, I'm leaving. Kevin, just shut the camera off. We're done here.
Go back to double me.
What?
Better to double the puns.
What is that? Is that supposed to be like a cat?
Well, what? Yeah, what was that noise? I thought my chair was just squeaking. Not gonna lie to you.
Okay. Weird.
Kevin?
But
What was that noise? What, did somebody step on a duck?
Kevin is like
So
very,
remember
you know,
before the
trigger
show
happy.
when I
He's
said
like,
my
you know, going
Stream
around his
Deck?
buttons and trying to.
EJ, I had that on a soundboard once. It's not all it's cracked up to be.
Remember before the show when I said my Stream Decks were messed up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I pressed the groan, which we usually press when there's a pun, and apparently the 2-cat fired.
We'll do it live.
Hey,
We'll
that
do it
happened once
live.
to them too, wasn't it? They tried to do something with 2-cat and it kind of imploded
Yeah,
the
it went
wrong way.
boom.
Kind of blue. Yeah.
Yeah. Too soon.
It happened.
Okay. All right. Question times. I'm gonna reel us back in, and it's bad if I'm doing the one reeling back in. But
What?
let's.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Well,
let's,
you're the host too, so.
Yeah, I don't know why you guys want to do that, but anyway. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. If I'm hosting, it's gonna go off the rails. That's just how it works. You guys want to talk about trains or something? We could do it. No, I'm just kidding. All right,
What's a
let's
ray?
go. What's a kilometer? Anyway. All right, I got a question here coming from John X, which asks, does SpaceX need the same license as New Glenn? Does SpaceX need the same license between New Glenn and Starship? Are they using the same launch license? Alex, this is right up your alley, dude.
No, they don't use. They are different rockets. They are different vehicles. They have different launch licenses. In fact, if you go to the FAA website, you go to commercial space data, and there's, you follow a few steps, and you eventually come up to the place of like, launch licenses and everything. And you see the one for Starship, and then the one for New Glenn, and also for Stratolaunch. You see Electron. You see a bunch of other rockets as well. I think even Pegasus is there, which is kind of weird, but
But they're all Part 450, right?
For Starship and New
Yes.
Glenn, yes, they are
Mhm.
Part 450. In fact, also for Stratolaunch, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, there's a few different regulations still in place. There's the old regulations for rockets, for example, like Falcon and things like that, and then you have the new Part 450 regulations, which rockets like Starship and New Glenn have their launch license based on, essentially. Yep.
Mhm. So they're both using regulatory 450, the 450
That's the
framework.
website. If you go to launches, reentries, and
Ooh.
licenses, we're gonna do the walkthrough as Kevin does
yeah.
that.
Look at
let's,
this.
Let's go
Yeah.
to now launch licenses on the left. Instead of licensed launches, it just tells you what launches have been licensed by the FAA, right? That's a whole different thing. This is the launch licenses, which is, the other way around. And so you can see there Blue Origin, New Glenn, Stratolaunch, SpaceX Starship Super Heavy, Relativity with Terra 1, you have ABL, RS1, blah, blah, blah. You have all of the Astra's Rocket 3.3 was the first one to be under Part 450. If you go to one of those, I don't know if Kevin even wants to do this, you go to one of those, on the left, you have the, so maybe, on the left, there you can see CFR part reference. It says Part 450, and CFR, if I'm not mistaken, is Code of Federal Regulations. So, there's like a bunch of regulations, right? And so Part 450 of those regulations is where all of the things that are related with license are under. And there you can see the original issue date, December 27th. 2024. If for whatever reason this license needs to be modified, then you'll see, dates for the other modifications, and that's the revision history. Same thing with the Starship. If you were to go to the Starship 1, then you will see, all of the different modifications that they have made since the first one for April 20th, right? For that launch. And so that was a long time ago.
Cool.
Yeah,
There we go.
that's the one. And you can see there on the left where it says CFR part reference, Part 450 as well.
You know, I'll be honest with you. I was kind of expecting this to be a shorter answer question, but I did hand the question to Alex, which actually got a super detailed answer. And that,
Hey, we did a walkthrough, right? You can do exactly that. You just go
great.
Google FA commercial space data, and boom, you do all those steps. And
you know, I'm not
Just use
upset.
exclamation point FAA, by the way, in chat too.
Yeah.
does it work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. No, not upset. That was actually super cool. Yeah. So I'm good. I'm good. All right. We do have more questions. There are good questions here. I got a couple more. Sorry, you want one?
Bring it on.
All right. So this is coming from Lords_DK. What is your guess on the odds of a first stage New Glenn landing, like a successful landing?
Ooh.
Yeah. Right. What do you think, dude? I guess we can go around the horn here, right? Like,
I think if all of the engines continue to operate as planned, I'd give it probably an 80% chance. Depending on the engines, though, I'd say it's closer to 60%. Because here's the thing. They have the experience. This isn't like this is their first time trying to land anything. They have New Shepard. And with the course of New Shepard, they have worked on getting those landings down pretty darn precise. I mean, this is, of course, a much larger rocket with a lot more engines, adding in the factor of, being on the ocean and all of that. But given what's been learned from SpaceX, and I'm sure there's some SpaceX people that moved over to Blue Origin and have worked on this, given what they know from New Shepard, which again, I'm sure there's people that worked on New Shepard's landing and recovery that have also worked on this, I think it's greater than 50%. I think if all engines are working, 80, but overall, I'll give it a 60%.
okay, Alex, what do you think?
I'm gonna be honest. This is one of those where I don't have a way of literally saying, like, I will just make the joke of 50% because it will land or it won't land, right? But unlike with Starship, we at least had some splashdowns, right? We had Booster 10 trying to splash down. We had Booster 11 finally splash down, and then Bill Gerstenmaier saying, "Oh, it came within half a centimeter," which it's still debated. But hey, it worked on Booster 12, right? And for Booster 12, I said, if they say, okay, good, go for the catch, right? I said that it was gonna be caught. And if it says abort, then abort. But I did not have any sort of, prior on whether abort or not, so I also said like 50% or something like that. In this case, I don't have any other previous data. It probably sounds very scientifically, I guess, what I'm saying here, but it's true. Like, all we have is New Shepard, but New Shepard uses like a single engine. You have a suborbital, like just up and down trajectory. You don't have high accelerations, high entry speeds like you have on New Glenn, for example. You don't have a lot of the things that you have on New Glenn, so it's gonna be, in some senses, a one of time, right? A one of a kind. And so, Flight 2, ask away, right? Whenever they do a second launch of New Glenn, I'll probably be able to tell you, I think, like, if for whatever reason they don't land on the first launch, right? Then I'll be able to tell you. To be fair, if on the first launch they don't, anticipating things here, probably if on the first launch they don't land, maybe the second one will have way higher chances because of the previous experience. I know that's probably too obvious, but I wanted to make my case here about why I'm not making a serious answer.
I think it's gonna land. Not gonna lie to you, I think they're gonna nail it.
You're going for landing? Okay.
Yep. I hope I don't eat my words on that one. Probably will, but I think it's gonna land. I think there's enough testing over different vehicles for ascent and descent. The amalgam of data that they have from Vulcan and New Shepard, I think you combine. Why don't you just take some Vulcan data and take some New Shepard data and combine it into one? You get some New Glenn data. That's how that works, right? I hope. Being wrong
By
on
the
the
way-
internet sucks. Everyone's going to tell you you're wrong.
Oh yeah. By the way, can we just change what we call it? Because yes, I mean Jacqueline, it's a nice name. I get why. Landing Platform Vessel 1 kind of sucks as a name, for being honest. Can we just call it the Mothership since it's named after his mother?
I'm okay with this. Yep. Alex, are you okay with this?
I'm still gonna say that it is the landing platform vessel 1, parentheses, Jacqueline.
Hey, your nerd's showing.
Hey,
Yeah, but
look.
you've also called this rocket Noogling.
I could go and also call the SpaceX's barges Marmac 302, 303, and 304. I mean, and now you go and, wonder which one is which. I know which one is which, but I won't say it. That sounds too nerd.
See, I told you your
You
nerd
two
was showing.
nerd? Never.
I told you. You can call it that. I would answer that. I would answer to that. I was like, oh yeah, the mothership. That's their landing vessel. That's
Yeah, it's the
Jacqueline.
mother ship.
Yeah.
Cool. Good stuff. All right. There is a lot in the support queue. I'm gonna plow through this real quick, and then we'll get back to answering a couple of questions here. There are good questions for you guys. So, Ashley, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. I do appreciate it, and we all appreciate it here. Brad Coughlin here became a Pad Rat member there. Awesome. Telstar86 gifted a Red Team membership. Thank you very much. Rankley gifted a Red Team membership. You're awesome. Thank you. Elizabeth Hupner. I'm not saying that right. I know I'm not saying that right, Elizabeth. I'm so sorry. But I do appreciate the $50 super chat, as does everybody here. I don't know if Kevin does. He might. Kevin, do you appreciate it? See? Told you. All right. We got a sound effect.
That's
We
the
got a
sound of approval from
Yeah,
Kevin.
that's Kevin's approval noise that he makes. Fun fact, that's not a soundboard. He makes that noise in real life sometimes, and we're just like, he makes that noise too. Okay. Okay. All right. Telstar86 gifted £5 sterling, and he says, Alex said he's the Starship guy. Just took a lot longer for him to say that.
It's because they throw at, they throw me at the Starship stuff and whatnot. Also to the Falcon stuff as well. I said, I repeated the same thing at the beginning, but yeah.
We have Just Martin gifted 5 Red Team memberships. I do appreciate that. Oh, ground umbilical carrier plate. Here it comes. Here it comes. I have a feeling Nuglin will have some GSE issues, maybe with the ground umbilical carrier. Oh, I've been hanging around with Sawyer too much, man. Sawyer, why are you like this? Now I'm like this. This is ridiculous.
It's working. It's working. The conversion.
Oh, jeez. All right, we have a $10 tip from Ethereal Swordsman. What's going on, buddy? Oh gosh. The intro, I'm not reading the first part. The intro music was great today. Double Methalox Flame Trench. How hot is Methalox rocket exhaust anyway? Actually, the higher the expansion ratio, the cooler it should be. So Raptor's exhaust should be cooler than BE4's. I'm here for Methalox night launches, to be honest. It's going to be good. I mean...
Why?
Expansion. It plays more into just expansion ratio, though, don't you think?
You want to put this other camera, Kevin.
What other
Because
camera?
he changed to me, but I think he wanted to change to Sawyer. He's still figuring out
his... to Jake.
Wait, do you guys know what expansion ratios are? I do.
Yes.
Alex, do you... Sawyer?
Totally, yeah. Of course I do.
Why don't you teach us, EJ?
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
I could do that.
No, the expansion ratio
Jake wants
is
to know.
the ratio of the nozzle of a rocket engine, basically from the throat to the very end of the nozzle. And also it has to do with the geometry of the nozzle too. So like vacuum engines are going to generally have a bigger, longer nozzle with a bigger expansion ratio than a sea level engine. The reason why you would have a bigger nozzle for upper stage engines, a smaller or seemingly smaller one for first stage engines, is because with first stage engines, the atmosphere keeps the gas moving in a nice column away. If you've seen like first stage, footage of first stages taking off, like the footage in SpaceX hype video that was posted today. The gases are kind of in a column, so to speak. That doesn't happen when you're up in the vacuum because there's no atmosphere to keep the rocket exhaust going in one direction. So the plain English way of saying this, I know people are going to be like, no, AJ, don't explain it like this. The plain English way of saying it is that you need a bigger nozzle to make sure that you accelerate more gas in the right direction. That's why upper stage nozzles tend to be bigger. You could put a bigger nozzle on a first stage engine, but depending on the chamber pressure and your mass flow rate of your rocket motor, you could experience flow separation inside of the nozzle or combustion chamber instability not necessarily combustion chamber instability. You could get flow separation inside of a nozzle. That basically means the atmosphere is creeping up inside of it. That flow separation breaks things. Let's put it like that. It breaks things. That's not good for it. But yeah, there you go, Kevin. You called me out. There you go. Boom. Now what? Dropping the mic, baby.
Thank you.
What?
I think we're gonna need a bigger nozzle.
We are gonna need a bigger.
Hey, we have people that actually get that reference on.
We're gonna need a bigger nozzle. Okay, Sean, I saw your first question, and I'm gonna put this up there, but nope, we're not going too far off the rails. Sean's question with the $5 super chat: would you rather be stuck at ship 26 with George Russell or Lance Stroll? If the ship is sinking, if the ship's sinking is an option, yes. Anyway, moving on.
Well, the problem is it's already in pieces, so haha.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that. Wait, you're talking about the ship, right, and not George or Lance?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just to be sure. Anyway, sorry. J Scott 13 with a $5 super chat. Where do you hear about launch windows and attempts? Like, how did you get New Glenn's attempt on the morning of the 8th? I think that's what you said. Oh, Alex, you want to show him?
I can help with this one. Can we? Kevin, prepare next to space flight in the meantime. So, there's many places to be able to collate all of this information into. But one of them is next space flight. And that's where we put all this information, when, we figured these things out by multiple different sources. Most of them are just notices to air mission, to mariners, different sources of telling people, hey, there's going to be a big thing flying through the sky. Be careful. There might be parts dropping on you. So that's the gist of it, right? There's, again, aerial notices. There are marine notices. There are sometimes, depending on the location, there might be even ground closures, like beach closures. And I'm not talking about Starbase, because there are also places like in Vandenberg, especially with Starlink launches going to 53-degree inclination, they go in such a way that I'm not doing it. Not doing it.
Do it.
Fun fact. It works.
So, in that case, for example, there are beaches near Vandenberg because it's going like almost, parallel to the coast that are they have to be closed for that Starlink launch. And so, for example, those beach closures can also be a source of information. It's hi Jack. He's hijacking the stream.
See, he's too good for us now. Now that he's won the trophy for best commentator thing, quiz show, whatever he won. Now he's too good for us, so he's just wiping us clean from his slate there.
Jack is ill today, but is still out in the field doing work. He kind of sounds like Kermit the Frog.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
So like always,
right? I mean, yeah,
kind
of. Don't tell him I said that.
Oh, the flames are going in the flame trench today.
Yeah, I think my Twitch chat's saying he missed a spot. I think he missed.
Yeah, there might have been
down there.
a bit of a smudge there.
Especially at the top, it looks so cloudy in the frame.
Came back.
Like,
I don't think he's getting a trophy for lens cleaning.
There's a quick question coming over from Twitch chat. Biggest dog hater, do weather conditions have an influence, like in general on rocket? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, dog hater, the biggest one is wind. Wind, well, actually, I mean, I would say temperature, but wind is probably more. Temperature sometimes plays into that, though. Seen the outcome of that and that process there. Wind. The rockets really need to worry about the wind. Not necessarily like, oh, the wind's blowing too hard. Well, we can't launch a rocket when the wind's blowing hard. Well, planes have multiple runways to take into account like headwinds and stuff. So wind with things that fly generally is a big problem. With rockets, the big thing that they got to look out for is what's called vertical wind shear. So if the wind's blowing in one direction at like 1,000 meters off the ground, and then it's blowing another, like in a different direction, 2,000 meters off the ground, right? At a much higher speed, you're going from wind going this way slow to wind going that way fast. Rockets don't like flying through that stuff. That's like hitting a brick wall. That's a big one. There's temperature, obviously, humidity has to do with it. There's a bunch of things that like a bunch of weather conditions, actually all the weather conditions, but wind is probably the biggest one. Good question.
In fact, there are even, depending on the rocket and the launch location, there might be restrictions on the wind, not in the case that it launches perfectly, but like, what if it were to break up, right? If you remember Alpha's first launch out of Vandenberg, it blew up at max Q. And what happened is that the winds carried the very thin, very lightweight carbon composite material that made up the rocket onshore, because there were onshore winds. And so, there was debris raining on people's houses, essentially. Like, they did not anticipate that happening, because previous rockets from there had been launched and they were all metallic rockets. Like, maybe some particular pieces were composite, but the entire rocket was either aluminum, they were steel or something like that. But even for those things, for example, you have to take care of, maybe we don't want the debris, just in case the rocket blows up, to go up to people's houses. We probably, yeah. So things like that, for example. And another clear example of something like this was when they tested Crew Dragon after the Demo 1 mission, and then it blew up on the pad at Landing Zone 1. And well ahead of that, apparently, we knew this after the test, but apparently prior to the test, they made sure that things like winds and things like that, if something were to happen, all of the hypergolic fumes and everything were not going to go onshore or to populated areas, that it will be, blown out to the ocean. And so, yeah, that's two examples of moments where, winds are important, even when you're not taking into account the flight of the thing. Just, the mere, what happens if it blows up, or pieces of it, or whatnot, like whatever you want to consider. Things are not technically it just, breaking because, oh, there's wind shear or whatever.
There you go. Yeah, it's not
By the
just
way,
a wind.
this is a graphic that we pulled. Today's what, the second or the third? I don't even know. We
Third
pulled
today.
on the first, so it's a little old, and weather
Yes.
changes as you get closer. But like the upper level winds for the 10th, for Starship are not looking great.
See, there's a lot of
That's
math
all I can
involved.
say. I can just see that it's going to the side and it's windy. That's all I know about this graph.
We could just do like and just blow to the air and see if it works.
You
Does
really
that
have to
work?
do that on me, Alex? Come on.
Yeah. We're in the flame trench.
It's windy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you were right under my box. Come on, now my box is cold. Thanks.
I'm gonna support you some more things. All right. There's Mike Alpha Tango Sierra. That's Matt's. You ain't fooling anybody. Matt's with 20 Red Team memberships. I do appreciate you, man. Thank you. And then we have Aramil Laurenthrain with the £2 super chat. Flow separation equals an observation. Right. right. And then the last one. I'm on the support queue action here today. We're on it. All right. We have a £5 super chat. Any news on SpaceX operations at Vandenberg Slick 6? Ooh. And a potential 4th drone ship?
Yeah, Kevin changed to my feed because of course. Well, so far what we know is that they have initiated the environmental impact statement process. I can give you a link for that if you want to, Kevin, but I will need a few minutes for that. The thing is, right now, it's still in paperwork phase. And so what happens is that usually these things take about a year, right? And there are going to be public meetings and whatnot. There's going to be paperwork that needs to be filled out and whatever. They're also asking for an increase of 100 launches from Vandenberg. Sorry. So there you can see the sort of notice of intent released by the Space Launch Delta 30 a few weeks ago, essentially like a month or so ago. And what they say is that, they have initiated the environmental assessment for Space Launch Complex 6 to support Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. So, of course, that is already underway. I will not put my hand on that launch pad being activated in 2025. Potentially 2026, if I were to guess. But, if this goes through, then they'll be able to launch 100 times from Vandenberg and between both launch sites. Now, a 4th drone ship, we don't know. That's the short answer. And the longer answer is, we don't know. No, there's like really no long answer here. It's just that, we have no idea. That's completely unrelated, Kevin. But if you want to bring it up, I can also talk about this. So, in the meantime, SpaceX is also moving their, Dragon recovery operations to the West Coast. So, right now they have Megan at Port Canaveral, and meanwhile, Shannon has just crossed the Panama Canal. You can see there that tweet from Gavin Conwell, our boat guy here at NSF. And he's been following Shannon along. It's already in the Pacific Ocean. Should be arriving to Long Beach, where all of the West Coast recovery operations by SpaceX are located at. Maybe in a few weeks, we'll see.
Do you think I don't know that Shannon is not a drone ship?
I know,
but you were talking about marine assets and SpaceX, and I figured,
yeah,
we should talk about that.
We are on a train, right? So just keep chaining and keep just, exactly. Train, hype, whatever.
Okay, I got a couple more questions here about New Glenn, and there's a couple of good ones here, and then actually there's one tip from Ethereal Swordsman again in there. I'm trying, dude. I play a game here with the queue. I try to keep the support queue clean. All right, we run a tight ship around here. Anyway, yeah. Oh man, gonna do me like that?
Of course.
All right. Ethereal with a $5 tip. I have a challenge for Alex or anyone else if they know it. Which rocket, current or historical, has the best takeoff thrust to payload to orbit? That is the least takeoff thrust for the most mass to orbit. I know the answer to this.
What?
I know
this. Saturn V's 1.01 thrust to weight ratio again.
I know the answer to this question.
Least takeoff thrust for the most mass to orbit? That feels weird.
It's Delta 4. Delta 4 heavy, man. I'm telling you, right now.
What's the thrust to weight ratio?
Whoa, I don't like this at all. Please stop doing this.
I don't either.
Whoa. Dude, it's like it's going into my soul. Whoa. It's Delta 4 heavy.
Someone's saying Ares 1X. That thing did not launch anything into orbit.
That's a good answer. I like that answer.
The only thing that launched was the egos of a lot of people, but nothing else. I'm sorry. The pencil rocket is just awful.
No, it's not. It's the best rocket ever designed.
Oh, I hate it, but that answer was great.
Okay. All right. Okay. Here's a good one. This is
So
coming
you say
from.
it's the Delta 4 Heavy then?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, you have 3R68As that make like 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust, and it can move 25 metric tons into space. Those are rounded numbers for what it's worth. Yeah, it's definitely Delta 4 Heavy.
I'll trust your numbers. I have not done the math.
Just saying. Ethereal, you're gonna have to tell us. Anyway, so this next one is coming from the heck with this. Give me a beer.
Okay, fine. all I have is a seltzer. I'm sorry. Will that work?
Oh, yeah. Oh, is that a Spindrift? All right, man.
Yes, that is Spindrift, not sponsored. Although if they want to, I will happily do it.
I had until recently a hot ago because my throat is not very well. You might notice that I've been coughing a little bit here and there, but now I have orange juice on the other side. Yeah, there you go. We're talking about
I just want to point out, Ethereal says that they don't know the answer. They were just asking you.
Did you?
So I don't know either.
How many bananas can fit in Ares 1?
Really, Kevin? Really?
Are we talking Ares 1 or 1X?
Yeah, the Ares 1 never launched. The Ares 1X was a suborbital demonstrator rocket of the Ares 1. It was really not even a demonstrator because it was like, 4 solid rocket motors put together with like a dummy one in a
cute Ares 1X.
Making the second stage. It was awful. It was completely useless.
Cute Ares 1X.
How about the Ares 1X? Nice.
Yeah, there you go.
What is it? Only 2 million bananas. Jeez, that's nothing.
And all of them will be going into a suborbital trajectory. You know, if you wanted to have 1 million bananas going into a suborbital trajectory, just use Starship. By the way, the question that EJ was bringing up talks about that.
Go. By the way, with how bad that separation was, they would all become banana splits anyway, so it's fine.
Oh my god.
I'm about to leave.
Somebody help me, please.
Okay, this next question is good. I think we'll do this question and then we'll move on to what everybody wants to talk about. That thing's
It's a perfect segue question because then it goes straight, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's all right. I'm doing a good job.
Do your thing, right? Host.
Yeah. Hey, don't tell me what to do. This is my stream. You know what? Guess what? We're gonna have a game show now, and guess what? All the questions I know the answer to, so I got it right. I'm the new winner of the game show, not Jack. Boom. Boom. All right.
Yeah, tell that to Ryan and his 20-second long stinger.
Right. I was going to say he's not here, but that was really funny, actually.
It was actually very funny.
Okay, if you guys didn't see the last Flame Trench for 2024, it was educational.
Hi, Ryan in chat.
Maybe.
Oh,
some
crap,
definitions of educational.
Oh, this is weird. All right, I'm just gonna. Hey, buddy, we weren't talking about you, I swear. Anyway, all right. So the question: how come New Glenn is going orbital on Flight 1 while Starship has yet to do so? Does Glenn Stage 2 do a deorbit burn? And if so, what makes Blue Origin more confident than SpaceX nailing it the first time? All right, that's 2 parts. Sawyer, first one is to you, dude. Why is New Glenn going orbital and not Starship?
I mean, why not, right? It's just different approaches. I think part of it is the fact that SpaceX has done a much more iterative approach in terms of, they started off with the tank testing and popping a bunch of tanks. Then they started with the hop testing and popped a bunch of tanks. Then they worked on just testing fueling and popped to the bottom of Booster 7. So, they've at least had those experiences of, well, this didn't quite work exactly right, so they went and they fixed it as they went. So for the first flights, to get the information that they needed, they don't really need to go orbital. They can kind of just do their suborbital, see what worked, what didn't, and then make iterative changes so that when you get to orbit, you've got a vehicle that you're pretty darn confident with. Whereas, I guess Blue has kind of just taken a longer approach to get there. announcing. I mean, we're talking they got the pad back in 2015, 2016. So they've just been taking their time working on it, perfecting it, doing in-house testing. So they feel that they're ready to go right ahead with the first one, as opposed to SpaceX more publicly letting things blow up intentionally. They're more of let's go for it all and hope that nothing blows up.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think it's because Starship is more iterative. The other thing is that Starship's coming back down, and it could potentially come back down in overpopulated areas. The Glenn Stage 2 is going to get shot into that orbit, that the transfer orbit, the medium Earth orbit transfer orbit. It's going to get shot into MTO. So there's not a chance that thing is coming back down in one piece. I mean, as designed. It's not Starship, right? So, Alex, that's the second part of the question. I mean, Sawyer kind of touched base on it, but what do you think makes Blue Origin more confident than SpaceX nailing it on the first try, getting to full orbit?
I think there's also the part about Starship being made of materials that can actually survive re-entry, and it has a heat shield that makes things worse, right? In the sense that even with a gap on your heat shield, you can have big chunks of that thing going through the atmosphere. But also one of the other things that is important about the difference between Blue Origin of New Glenn and the and Starship, apart from the different design philosophies and approaches to test and launches, is also the fact that when it comes to Starship, the reason you go into suborbital trajectory because you don't want to go into orbit just in case for whatever reason it drops, it doesn't work, you cannot control it and actually be able to do a pinpoint re-entry someplace over the ocean and whatnot. In the case of the Glenn second stage on this first New Glenn mission, I have not seen any sort of deorbit location for the second stage, so it might actually just stay up there. And being in such an orbit with a perigee, I think I said before 2,400 kilometers, like the lowest point in its orbit, it's still gonna be over 2,000 kilometers away from Earth. You have some atmosphere, but it's so tenuous, so thin up there that it's gonna stay there for centuries, right? And so there's no way for that to come back. And they have that different approach, but if you think about also, beyond that, there's also the fact that that second stage will not be able to come back. So you can essentially just put it up there and it's going to stay up there. And that's actually part of the whole reason why they're launching this Blue Ring thing, where it's going to be up and active for like 12 hours in orbit and things like that. So I don't know. There's more to it than just even the whole design procedures and everything. And yeah, Blue is probably more confident that it's gonna nail it on the first try because they have done a different approach where they spend a little bit more time on doing CAD designs on the on the sort of blueprint kind of side of things, right? And then they go and manufacture the rocket. Yeah, blueprint. I know, but yeah, and so Starship is different, right? We've seen that their blueprint was actually just banging pieces of sheets of steel with hammers to try to get domes to fit into place. And now we look into the Star Factory, and there's this very, I don't know, like very sleek, well-designed tooling for domes and everything. It's kind of different. Now Starship is where you would expect something like New Glenn, right? Where you have a proper factory with proper tooling, everything sleek, everything clean, everything, much more matured. And that's part of next flight as well. There's going to have a lot of new stuff, upgraded and more capable.
There you go. That was a good question.
The other also thing to think about with Starship is, yes, the ultimate goal is to get payload into orbit, but they really want to focus on the reusability of it. And it's not like they're losing out on business. They still have an orbital rocket. They have two of them, in fact,
Yeah.
Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. So they are at least still continuing to put mass into orbit. Right now, New Glenn has not flown yet. Their only other vehicle is a suborbital tourist vehicle, so they haven't gotten payload into orbit yet. So this is kind of, if they're going to get those nice government and DoD and Space Force contracts, they need to get to orbit ASAP.
Mm-hmm. That's actually a super good point. It's a good one. All right, cool.
In fact, may I pimp one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
We just released an article precisely about those two rockets that SpaceX launches apart from Starship. We recently released like a, Starship in 2024 kind of thing. And this is like, SpaceX as a whole in 2024. So you have a bunch of updates on turnaround records and missions that happen for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy in 2024. And things like, for example, like how crazy it is that SpaceX launched more times in 2024 than anybody else combined. Like you add up all of the launches from everybody else, like 20 launches from everybody else in the US, China 68, 17 from Russia, blah, blah, blah. You add up all of those, you still don't get the 134 times that SpaceX launched. So things like that, you can see that on our newest article that we just released. I wrote that over, the New Year's and whatever. And also that that image that you can see there, it's also the same that I have in my background. Bit of a
You did that on
picture
purpose.
of everything.
You did that on purpose. You've been teeing this up the whole thing. You didn't tell me about this. You went over my helmet, my hosting helmet.
I wanted to pimp it. I wrote it. I'm proud of it.
All right, that's fair. Okay. There's a couple more things in the support queue, voice crack. A couple more things in the support queue, and then we're getting to the second topic here. So, Anthony Edwards with the $2 super chat, loved you in Top Gun, and apparently you're taking a job at Blue. All right, thanks to you guys, all love. Hey, that's awesome. Glad we could be of service. That's probably not me. I'm not gonna lie, but Anthony, that's great, man. Congratulations. All right, Robert F became a Pad Rat member, appreciated, and Arturo has a store message. Happy 2025, two heavy rockets. The future is here. Oh, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Speaking, Ethereal, you popped in one right when I'm trying to clear the support queue, man. I mean, not that I'm complaining, but anyway. Ethereal, this is the Flame Trench, so it's time to get spicy with a fun question. What does everyone think is the best way to bring back a reusable second stage? Oh, we're gonna talk about this during the next segment, which is Starship, baby. SpaceX released a new video today. Alex, you're the Starship guy. You want to tell us about that hype video, dude?
Oh dear. Okay, so that's the usual recap video of the previous launch. We had Starship Flight 6 in November. We are just mere days away from Starship Flight 7. We still don't know, like, there's no times going out for January 10th. We'll see, right? As usual, as things keep coming out, we'll see if that date solidifies or not. SpaceX published also a mega update on their SpaceX, on their website for that mission. They did not specify any launch date or time, so we still, need to rely on those multiple different notices and whatnot until SpaceX actually confirms a date. But in essence, the next launch is gonna be awesome. I guess. In many ways, it's gonna be pretty much like a repeat of at least the last flight. We're gonna have Super Heavy and Starship flying out of the Cape. Oh, out of Starship, out of Starbase. Excuse me. I had a flu over the New Year's, and so my brain is not braining right now. So we're gonna have a full stack of Super Heavy and Starship out of Starbase, going out of the Gulf. Super Heavy will try a catch on the chopsticks, and if it aborts or whatever reason, then it's gonna go to the Gulf, just like we saw on Flight 6. But here's hoping, just like Booster 12, it goes back to the chopsticks. the ship will continue into orbit. Then it'll do a relight test, right? Like we saw on Flight 6, and then we'll do a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. That's what's like equal or similar, right? What's different though, I'm gonna start with the booster because it's probably the only few things that are gonna be changing. Is not a lot. The booster, for example, is gonna have a reused Raptor engine. So this is gonna be a new thing where booster 12 on flight 5 it landed right on the chopsticks, and so one of those Raptor engines is gonna be reused on flight 7. So it's installed on booster 14 and it's gonna fly hopefully in the next week or so on that January 10th. Hopefully it maintains. We'll see launch date. And so that's sort of the major change to the booster. They have made changes to the tower as well, to the sensors, and being able to have different ways of telling when a vehicle comes back, and that's probably in preparation for ships being caught, right? They want to do that in 2025. We'll see if it's on Flight 8. But that's when I should transition to the ship. The ship is having the most changes, both to itself and also to the mission. So one of the big changes to itself is just it's a next generation starship. So we have new extended tanks, we have new payload arrangement. There's like a gazillion of different changes, all summarized there in that little bit of text from SpaceX. Things like even the communications, the avionics, the batteries, the power systems, all of those have been upgraded. Even the propulsion systems, they have included new transfer tubes, vacuum jacketed lines, and things like that. Those will help very greatly for these ships in the future. Not this one in particular, but future ships like this to be able to stay in orbit for multiple times. That'll be very helpful when they're going to be coming back to Starbase, right? Now, in the sense of the flight itself, the big other change that we're going to see is that 10 Starlink simulators are going to be deployed into that suborbital trajectory. It's not going to go into an orbit. It's going to go into that suborbital trajectory, but they are going to be deploying 10 Starlink simulators. Again, as it says, they are similar in size and weight to next generation Starlink satellites as the first exercise of a satellite deploy mission. So this is in preparation for those future flights that we've talked about many, many times, both in the Flame Trench and on other live streams and on, Starbase Update, This Week in Space Flight, many different, places where we post things, right? We've talked about how SpaceX wants to launch Starlink V3 satellites next year. And so in order to prepare for that, obviously it makes sense to test those new, fancy, shiny deployment mechanisms that they have for the next generation of ships. And so that's going to be tested on this flight with those 10 Starlink simulators. I think I've summarized, and I say summarized because, again, I've gone a lot more in depth in a lot of these changes, but I think that's more or less the gist of it.
Dude, there's a lot when Alex talks that long to the point where he's out of breath. I heard you were like,
no, I'm out of breath because my throat is a little bit itchy right now, so I'm trying to hold the breath. That feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got you. I don't know, man. That's a lot of changes. SpaceX is basically changing their. They rewrote the entire software for their avionics, and then just changed the hardware as well. Like, I was actually talking with my stream a little bit earlier about this. It's like they didn't refactor, they didn't upgrade stuff, right? They went and just redid the entire thing. Anybody out there working software? How many times have you gone to your boss and said, no, we shouldn't keep refactoring our code. We should probably start over and write something new. That way we can make these changes that you want to make a lot easier in the long run, right? And then your boss goes, no, that's not in the budget, right? Meanwhile, over at SpaceX, right? They're like, we need to completely change the entire guidance system. They're like, all right, do it.
Yeah. So
sorry, too real.
Even though I talked so long there, I forgot 2 other different updates that they provided on this text. It's as I said, it's really long. So one of them is, apart. So they've stripped the sides of the ship of tiles because they're going to be trying again, the same thing that they did on Flight 6. Because on future ships, they're going to be trying and catch the ships. And so apart from that, they have also added like non-structural versions of the catching mechanisms that they're going to be using. So essentially just putting those things out on, literally on the heat of reentry and trying to test, by fire those systems. It's not going to be though, like an actual structural thing, right? They probably just added them ad hoc kind of thing, right? At the end. And one other thing that they mentioned is adding metallic tiles in some locations of the ship, which people are mentioning it's new. I will argue it's not, because we already know that on the last flight, they also added metallic tiles. What's new, though, is that one of them has active cooling, which is also very interesting, because Elon already talked about this, I believe, back after Flight 6, when we saw the sides of the ship and they were a bit wrinkly from the heat of reentry because they stripped some of those tiles off from the vehicle and we saw it was a bit wrinkly and whatnot. My guess is that those positions are probably the best for that metallic heat shield, where you need a material that is not ceramic, because ceramic usually wants to break away. And if you want to catch a ship, those chopsticks are gonna do like bong against your vehicle, right? They're gonna hit the sides of the starship, just like they do on the booster when it's caught, right? And so you want something that is tough for reentry, but also when it is hit by something. And so a metallic tile, maybe even doing some, transpiration cooling or some just normal active cooling, even if it's not transpiration, could help on those sides of the vehicle that get very hot, perhaps not very good for that steel in the long run, to at least get covered and get protected from both the heat of reentry and also for the catch from those, chopsticks. We'll see.
I just can't believe the amount of things that they're just like, nah, we're just gonna change everything. I mean,
Yeah, like the
Elon has said in
profile itself.
Yeah.
If somebody were just like jump from flight 3 to flight 7, they'll be like, "You're not flying anywhere." Like, right? Like we had that question saying, "Oh, they're not flying to orbit. Why are they not doing that?" Right? But it's like, who cares about where they fly in the ship? They're flying a lot of things, right? It's like they keeping a very similar profile, but every single time they fly, they try something new and they change things and they are able to do new milestones. Like, I don't know.
And they have a benefit to that. The fact that you are going in the same trajectory, the same profile, essentially identical flight-wise, means you don't have to worry about getting a new license for it. You don't need to say, hey, FAA, we're doing a totally different flight plan, recertify us. This allows you to not have to worry about the FAA license changes, keep the same license that you have, and test 20,000 different other things at the same time.
Yeah, exactly, right? Because Sawyer, the FAA license really very much has to do with public safety. So if you're, like you said, you're flying on the same trajectory, you can change as much stuff as you want. If you're flying on the same thing, it's the same danger, perceived danger to public safety, right? So yeah, no, that's great.
Yeah, if you're not changing the flight termination system and you're not changing the profile, you're good to go, and they're not.
Oh man, I'm getting hyped. I'm getting hyped. I am getting hyped. All right, you guys ready for some questions?
Maybe.
All right, fine. Sawyer, I'm pinging the first one to you. Did we see any decals on ship 33 that's coming from GMFDP? See any decals?
I don't think we've seen any decals yet. I mean, also, even with the last one, we didn't see the banana come out until, a couple days before launch? It was less than a week away from launch when we finally got to see the peanut butter jelly time banana on there. And Chiquita Banana still, by the way, randomly delivering bananas and things to SpaceX, and they say there's more to come on their X account. So I don't know what they're up to still with SpaceX, but I don't think they're done with the bananas. But no, I don't think we've seen anything yet. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, though.
Point-to-point delivery of banana.
I didn't think I needed a Chiquita Banana SpaceX crossover, but here we are, and I'm here for it. That that I'm good with this. This is fine. All right. Yeah, no, it's bananas are cool. Bananas are pretty sweet.
I guess they're K.
Next question. Next question. Okay. All right. This is coming from Hal 9000. Okay. All right. We're shifting
By the way, I do need to make sure that at some point we show you the amazing work that Chiquita Banana has done in terms of their social media campaign for all of this. It's actually brilliant.
NSF not sponsored.
It is
No,
pretty funny.
but we'd love to. I love bananas. They're delicious. Please, Chiquita, I want bananas.
They're high in potassium.
Yes, I'm going bananas for bananas.
They're also radioactive too.
Yes. But yeah, if you haven't
bet
checked
you
them out
didn't
on
know that.
X2, it's hysterical.
Okay. All right. We're shifting gears. Money shifting, probably knowing me. Anyway, all right. Alex, does the flap design introduce a new possible stagnation point for the plasma flow? The new flap design that's on this the Block 2 Starship. That's a good question. I like this question.
Yeah, one of the things that happens is that now, instead of being sort of in the way, right, that hinge area where the new flaps is located, it's more leeward, right? So you don't have that problem that the plasma is not directly impinging. Well, I say impinging. Technically, the plasma never impinges. It just comes very, very close, and it's so hot that the ceramic material just heats up. That's the whole point. But obviously, as we've mentioned here many, many times, because Starship is very big, right? It has this very big bow shock. But if you put something in the way of the bow shock, then that can come very much closer to the material. And so in those places now, because of where they are located, relative to the direction of travel and whatnot, sorry, that means that they no longer will have that issue with the plasma flow getting very, very close to the area of the hinge of the flaps. Yeah. Which is that stagnation point.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Kevin a picture of the stagnation point here, so we could like in reentry, because a lot of people don't know what that means exactly. Kevin, I got a picture that's from NASA that pasted up in the
and I sent him a
channel.
Chiquita Banana video, and he didn't play that, but he'll pull up a NASA image for you.
I don't know. He hasn't pulled it up yet. We'll see what happens. So anyway, the stagnation point, guys, is basically the it's basically the point where the plasma is and the ship. It's kind of that area between where you see right there. It's the area where your bow shock is and where your actual ship is. You can get a different, depending on the shape, you're going to get a different kind of size of stagnation. It really depends. Depends on the shape. Like with a capsule, if you notice, obviously with this design right here, your bow shock where your plasma is very close to the heat shield. Starship doesn't want to do something like this, might I add. You want to keep the plasma as far away as possible, which is why they took those flaps out of the way, because that is a point where the shock actually gets very, very close to the vehicle. We saw how close it got on the earlier flights, where it burned right through one of the forward flaps. Yeah, that's what you don't want. Moving those things out of the way, right? As Alex was saying, moving them higher up, they're kind of clocked up like this instead of being directly on the sides of Starship. If we're looking at it from the front, I don't think that's going to introduce a point of stagnation. It actually removes a point of stagnation. And this keeps your bow shock away from the vehicle during reentry. That's kind of the key. The further you can keep that plasma away from you, the better. All right. Yeah. I know. It's a shocking revelation, right? Oh gosh,
Crazy
I did it
concept.
again.
It's a
you want
to bow shock.
Yeah. Oh, I did it again, and Alex did too.
That was good.
What's happening?
I would say though it's a wow shock, because it just impresses me.
I know it's kind of weird. You keep the thing that gets really, really hot away from your ship. you want that. That's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Good question, Hal. That was a good
Unless
one.
you want to cook chicken, something, I don't know.
Well,
Turkey.
we
We're going bananas here.
that's actually
Or
been proved.
bananas. I mean, there's places where they have fried bananas.
How are we gonna fry a banana in re-entry heat?
I don't know. You can probably have like a layer of oil, and then
It's America.
the
They absolutely will be able to fry a banana. We fry everything and anything. Come
deep
on.
fry a banana.
Yes. Or Banana Man, if we really wanted to. Speaking of, there's Banana Man.
Oh,
This is a real thing.
oh, we're at this point in the
Cybertruck.
stream.
In a
Okay.
Cybertruck at Starbase.
Is it driving on the left? Really?
We're at,
Yes, yeah.
we're-
I mean,
Unless
there was
it's
also
flipped.
videos of them on the beach at Starbase with the banana for scale, with the banana in the background. Yeah, they brought bananas to Starbase with the banana for scale, along with the Chiquita banana lady. And so, yeah.
That's bananas.
Thank you, Kevin, for bringing this up. I needed that in my life today, and I think everyone at home did too.
EJ's like, where am I? It's probably.
All right. Am I good? I'm good. All right. I'm good. Okay. Next question. Next question from Paul Kelly. A date was conspicuous in its absence. It was conspicuously absent from SpaceX's media dumps today. Should we be worried that January 10th will slip by a week or more? Oh, don't say that out loud. Why would you say that out loud? Alex, what do you think?
Well, this is also one of the things that I mentioned, right? That we really don't know. They have not said anything. We have to rely on NOTAMs, not Mars, all of the notices and whatnot that go out. And so, right now, the only thing that we have is a NOTAM, a notice to our missions for the launch from the Mexican airspace. And so, other than that, we just have nothing else right now, and it's pointing to a January 10th launch. Whether it holds that launch or not, we'll see. We're still a week away, so yeah, I had to look at the calendar because here it's already January 4th, and so I mean, technically, yes, it's a week away still.
Did you say look at a calendar? Because we have a Starbase calendar, a Starship calendar entirely available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And even if you don't want to get one just for Starbase, we also have a general spaceflight one too. Yeah, you should check them out because they are available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com along with all of your other awesome Starship merch. But that will help you remember what day it is, because even Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight official, says, do you get confused what day it is? Me too. So yes, to help all of us with the date confusion, just get a calendar. They're
I'm
awesome.
gonna need to get one of those.
And our photographers do awesome work down there, so it's a great way to show your love for them and support, and get to hang up some of your art on the wall with it, different each month.
I got gifted for Christmas a calendar of abandoned mattresses in weird places. Do you think I should get one of those, Sawyer?
Ooh, that's tempting. I don't know. An abandoned mattresses one is pretty cool, but you know what? You could have one for each room. And same with you. If you want a calendar for each room, get one Starbase for one room and one general spaceflight for the other. Boom.
And no abandoned
solved.
Yep, and no abandoned mattresses.
You only have 2 rooms?
What, are we putting one in the toilet?
Buy all the calendars for all the rooms.
By the way, D got the cover.
Yes.
Yeah.
Some other apparently best commentator for Flame Trench didn't this year.
No.
That's this
we also
picture.
learned recently, I think on like the last launch of the year or something, that Jack didn't get it last year either.
Yak is slipping. Oh no. Yak has fallen off.
Love you, Jack.
Kidding. He has some awesome photos in there, and check out his metal
you,
prints
Jack.
as well for some really good shots of his.
Jack's saying bad words to me in the back channel.
Is he?
I love how we all looked. We're all like,
Yeah.
what? Really? All
Wait,
right,
what was
let's
he
Yeah,
check
saying?
it
I
out.
went
Oh,
looking.
he had that word? Whoa.
Because Jack saying bad words in the back channel, it's like, oh yeah, it's, it's a they and then Y.
Oh, I see what he's saying. Okay.
All right.
Well, let's
Okay.
let's not dwindle on that. He's not here. The awesome commentary team is here. What you got, EJ?
This is Jack coming in from the back channel. Hey, I'm really thinking about calling it a hopper from now on. Oh, geez. Oh, there you have it. There he was. He's popping in from the Membies chat or something. Anyway.
I love Morty Jack.
Oh, geez. My picture didn't get on the calendar. That stinks. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Sorry, man. Sorry, dude. I'm going to get that above. He's going to punch me right in the face.
He's not the enemy, by the way. Just for the record.
Okay. All right. Next question. This is kind of a, maybe this is coming from the name's Dave. I think his name might be Phil or something. What's the bet they put a camera on one of those dummy Starlinks looking back at Starship when they go to deploy their test payloads? Dude, there is no conclusive evidence that says this is going to happen one way or another, but I would pay to see that. Boys, what do you think?
They like their cameras, right?
Yep.
It's also worth noting they did say that they are adding a ton more cameras onto this vehicle for this flight with the version 2 and everything. So more cameras for engineering views, as they say, in full HD. So, I mean, it's a lot of bandwidth. They've got the RF feeds, they've got the Starlink feeds. They have plenty of ways to communicate it back, which is really awesome. And given that the Starlinks are also on a suborbital trajectory, very similar to this vehicle, I wouldn't be surprised if they basically try and get video of the re-entry maybe from one of the Starlink ones as it comes in, kind of tracking along near it. That would be cool, but I wouldn't
What
put
I
it
want
past
to
them at
know
all.
is how they have so much upload bandwidth. I don't get that on my Starlink.
Well, they
Like,
use the trick of telling the Starlink satellites, hey, concentrate all your work on this big thing flying over the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, that's not fair.
It's their ship, it's their Starlink satellites, they can do that. Fair and square.
I want more bandwidth. If it's possible for them to have, what is it, 125 megabits or something like that? Like,
120
if they have the
megabits.
possibility, I want that. Where's that service for me?
How much you got in your
NSF
wallet?
could use that.
How much you got in your wallet, Kevin?
Not as much as SpaceX, and definitely not as much as Elon.
There's your answer.
Oh.
Make your own low Earth orbit constellation.
Yeah, how many of them have you launched as well yourself?
Yeah,
KMR stat?
yeah. Just launch
Okay.
a satellite.
Let's
Honestly?
find the funding.
Probably better than Project Kuiper. Oh, I'm sorry.
Whoops.
Did you? All right. Quick off the rails because it's me. Did you guys see that OneWeb satellites had a temporary outage for 48 hours because they didn't take into account leap years? They had
Yeah.
an outage of service for the first 2 days of 2025. Whoops. All right. Cool. Now that OneWeb hates us, hey guys.
And Project Kuiper, both.
Yeah, exactly. We're just hey guys. Our book on how
Getting
to
new
lose friends
here.
and alienate people is coming out on the NSF store very soon. It's not. Okay. Cool. All right.
Yeah, I'm stuck on this island here. I think I burnt all the bridges off.
Okay. Speaking of that, we have a store message from Anonymous. The look on EJ's face made you buy it. Oh, buy the calendar. Oh, hey, all right, there you go. That's great.
More
Believe me.
faces, EJ. More faces. Adrian will be very happy.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, it's,
look at that.
Oh,
Speaking of the OneWeb story, EJ,
oh, really?
Bliss is coming up at the top of the hour, and it is one of our featured
Oh.
stories.
Yeah, I got the notification. That's a spaceflight
Yeah,
premiere in
yeah.
30 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
You don't have notifications set for NSF, do you, EJ?
Yeah, it's on my my list. See, it's on my.
I'm muting
I really don't
myself.
mind
Goodbye.
One fewer point for you. We're removing one of the points from the quiz.
Why would
From
I
you.
have notification? What? Wait, no. I just
Just for
I'm the
that.
host. I just
that moves
gave
you
all the
from
points
last
back.
to further last.
I just gave all the points back to myself. I win. I got a jack, an ace, a 5, a 10, a 2, and a 4. I win. Because I
I think
win.
that's how math works in this.
Shh. Okay. Daniel Rydell has a $4.99 super chat. When may we see Starship flights from the Cape? Also, will it be a different pad number or still pad 39A? Ooh, that's a good one. Sawyer, you want to take this one?
I'll take this one.
All right.
I think that it's still going to be 39A. I mean, it's within the fence of 39A. Just like, you may have LZ1 and 2, that still technically was all LC13. I think same thing with anywhere else they go. If they have plans out, let's say, for adding a landing zone, it's still going to be the landing zone at pad 40. In this case, it would be the launch tower at 39A. So I still see them keeping the name. As for when, I don't think we'll see anything until we get an orbital launch out of Starbase, and a couple of them, honestly. Because then the question is, are they going to have to ship a vehicle over, or are they going to build their own? As we know from the flyovers, they are working on pretty good progress, honestly, on what will likely be their manufacturing site for all the Starship vehicles at Roberts Road. I think 2026 is probably likely for a first launch from what will still be pad 39A.
Yeah. 2026, I think, would be fair. We did see those chopsticks move the other day, too, didn't we? They were moving
I don't know if they
around
were
up
moved,
there.
though, by the mechanisms on there, or if it was actually just physically being tugged and moved. So
Yeah.
Probably the latter.
Yep.
There you can see, they're adding
right there.
new landing zones as well at Sleek 40, apart from the ones that they're going to be adding at LC39A. So, neat.
almost like I was hinting at that to give Kevin some time to pull it up.
Yeah.
It's almost like you're good at what you do or something, unlike me. Come on, is the cell phone there? No one? All right. I mean, I got a chuckle out of Alex, so that's good. All right, cool. All right. Telstar86 with a £2 sterling super chat. Has this become Pun Trench? Yeah, it's because of this guy. Snot Garden had 5 Red Team memberships. And then Aaron has a store message. Recovering from the flu, watching the Flame Trench definitely helps. Thanks for the coverage. Yeah, it's going around. Alex has it.
Yeah.
See? Look.
I've been holding my cough for a while. And yeah, it's not good.
Glad we can make your day better.
Jack, it sounds like, too. Well, I would say sounds like, but he doesn't really have a voice.
Oh God, look at how sick I am, boys. Oh, geez. See, there he was in the back channel again. He just chimes in just like Kevin or something. Snot Garden with a $50 super chat. Thank you very much. I've driven down from Vermont to see your first launches, New Glenn and then on to Starship. Would greatly appreciate tips on an ideal viewing experience from the panel and chat. Thanks for the great coverage. Actually, don't we have video? We have videos about this, don't we?
I believe so.
I mean,
we have.
Yeah. We have.
At least for Florida, right?
Yeah.
No, I actually think there was one that was done for Starbase. I mean, personally, Jetty Park at the Cape, can't lose. It does cost money to get in there, though. You do have to pay. It's a public campground that you have to pay to get into. Jetty Park, especially for something like New Glenn,
there is a potential that might not be open.
There's a potential it might not be open. So Jetty Park would not be the best place to watch. I tell you, that place stinks.
Because if it's at... Jetty Park, yeah. I mean, I would think they would maybe... Again, it's weird because of the hours. I don't know how long you'd have to camp there to make that work. I guess that's a possibility. I'm not sure either about Cars Park. That might also be closed. I know for a fact that Playa Linda, given that it's after 7 p.m., will be closed. The midnight hour makes this one extremely tricky, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Nice recovery. Yeah, no, I'm doing good. I'm doing just fine. But yeah, no, guys. Okay, all serious. I was just serious note. There are videos that we have on the NSF page that'll tell you good spots I haven't been down to Boca Chica, so I can't personally say that. I'm gonna change that soon. I'll be able to get that recon data for you sooner rather than later. Anyway, couple
for
more.
New Glenn,
Go ahead.
I can at least give you for the Florida side. For New Glenn, I mean, anything to the south, I feel like is going to be a decent view of it. If you can get to any of the beaches that are along there, it might be a little further away than, say, directly at Jetty Park or something, but you'll get some good views to the south. And you have the potential, depending on how far south you go, to still be able to see the rocket on the pad before liftoff. If you're okay with it not being seen immediately at liftoff, then the regular viewing sites that you might see along US 1 or the Max Brewer Bridge, something like that, while a little further away, will be open.
So
hey,
do you know that guy?
My camera.
There's too much puns going on now.
That was also before I learned about leveling my camera very much, but yeah.
So you were at a sink.
Oh, sorry. You're right. I'm at a desk, not a sink. I had so few puns in 24. I
I've
gotta
been
make
there.
up for them this year.
That place is bonkers. Playa Linda, like,
Yep.
yeah. When I went there, they had the mobile launcher for SLS out there, and you can see the mobile launcher, and you could see the Starship Tower. It feels like you are too close for comfort.
Yeah, and I tried to record those from Playa Linda on my phone intentionally, so that it's like, hey, if you're there with your naked eye, that's what you'll see. That was also when Starship was at the pad, was right then, or not Starship, SLS was at the pad for that launch that was shot there.
You know what I was just thinking? I mean, Kevin showed the expansions that SpaceX is making to 40, and Alex, you posted about this on X over the weekend. They're also making landing pad extensions at 39A. I was just thinking a Falcon Heavy mission at a 39A watching from Playa Linda with, the booster,
Also the
the
landing.
launch right there, and then the landing like right. That's
That'd be awesome.
That's gonna be pretty good.
But let's be honest, also for
It's
Sleep
pretty
40,
good.
because we already have figured out, more or less, how to shoot launches from Slick 40 and from LC39A. And bit of inside baseball here, it's a bit of a pain in the back having to figure out how to do the RTLS launches when they land at LC1, because you have to be able to shoot the launch from one pad, and then you have to switch to another place somewhere else, right? And so you either need two people in different places, or you have to switch your gear, whatever. Like, it's a mess, right? When launches and landings happen from the same location, like at Starbase, that's amazing, because you can use the same cameras and the same, like, you don't need to do crazy stuff, even though we probably do at Starbase anyways, but that's besides the point. It's easier.
Also throw in the fact that you don't have to rely on access to visible sites with the 45th Space Wing here with the United States Space Force, which allows us sometimes to get amazing views of the landing and sometimes not as great views, depending on whether you're allowed on base or not. Starbase is a lot more public land. There's some great parks, and, obviously NSF has our cameras there.
Yep.
No trees blocking this landing zone.
Yeah.
I mean, the landing zone is literally also like 140 meters above the ground. That kind of helps.
Minor detail.
Although, in days like today, if they were to launch and land, we probably would not see anything.
Who let Vandenberg into my Starbase?
It's because Jack
look
is
at that.
back, that's why.
If they
Because
land
we're
at that
from
launch
California.
tower, we're gonna see it.
Yeah, that's right. He brought it with him. Yeah, I got you. That makes sense. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get through the rest of the support queue here, and then we do a couple more questions. So, Aaron Lawrence again with a £2 chat. After the quiz, how does math? I am the host. There will be no more quizzes or math for the rest of this Flame Trench. Yep, there you go.
Are you sure?
Cool. Move it. Nope. Nope. Probably not. It's probably going to be math, but no more quizzes. Maybe. Oh no. There's There's going to be quizzes. Okay. All right. Moving on. So Heisenberg, I think this super chat was when we were talking about, re-entry for Starship a little bit earlier. Stainless steel doesn't burn up much on re-entry. It really doesn't. From Ship 31, we saw that thing really doesn't burn. Pretty stubborn stuff. Couldn't believe it. I thought Ship 31 would have definitely broken in half during re-entry. Nope, it made it with significantly less tiles. So you're not wrong, bud. You're not wrong. All right, this is an anonymous store message. How about Starship cargo of, let's say, 10 Starlink-sized playing cards? What? For your payload? I mean, I'd prefer bananas, to be honest with you. I don't know about you guys. I'd want bananas.
Is that like the 100 duck-sized elephants versus 1 elephant-sized duck thing?
What are we launching this duck or this elephant, Sawyer? I mean, this is...
I think PETA would not be too happy with that.
That's bananaist.
Ah!
I don't know. All right. Sorry, this is excruciating, isn't it? It's great. Please wait. No, where are you going? Come back. You think they're going to come back? Oh, all right, cool. Anyway, the silence is deafening. Ethereal Swordsman with a $5 tip. Idea: take the Raptors off of Super Heavy, cut the domes out, liner it, and then turn it into the world's largest SRB. Put wings on it and glide it back to a runway. I think they tried that once. I don't think it worked. Sawyer, did they try that once?
What is it? Take the Raptors off of Super Heavy, cut the domes out, liner it. Isn't that Ares 1X?
Yeah, I think they tried that once. I don't know about the glide back on a runway
once was
part.
Enough.
What? Why the hate? Why are you hating? Okay. We have an anonymous store message. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too. Carrie has another store message. Happy New Year from Dr. Holly. Thank you, Doctor. Hopefully the launches are a success, Doctor. And then Clara here, thanks for what you do. Love the launches from Canaveral. Don't we all? Absolutely. And then Captain Q here with a $10 New Zealand dollars, Kiwi dollars. All right. Happy holidays, NSFM. Hope you had a good one, especially EJ. Anytime I'm on here is a good time. You like the spiciness in the Zoidberg? Oh, that's good. Yes, I got plenty of Zoidberg for you. What are you most hyped for? Starship 7 or New Glenn 1? Starship. I want Starship. I love New Glenn. New Glenn's amazing. Starship. I want Starship. I'm sorry. Starship is. I'm old school space shuttle guy. So is Sawyer. Sawyer, I hope you can see how Starship could eventually be like Shuttle 2.0 and not have the problems that the shuttle program had and just be amazing. Like, I love Starship. I'm such a fanboy sometimes. But New Glenn is awesome too. Definitely want that. Sawyer, what do you think? Which one?
They're both so different. Again, that's an apples and oranges thing. I mean, not Shuttle 2.0. It would be amazing for Starship to achieve what Shuttle couldn't, which was actual rapid reusability with large mass to orbit, be able to come back down, refurbish quickly, and fly again quickly.
Mm-hmm.
To, basically be a back and forth shuttle. I wonder where they got the name. But, I mean, they're both so different. I think for me, the most hype right now of the two is anytime there's a new rocket flying, I'm hyped for it. So I'm going to go with New Glenn. I mean, yes, there's the new ship version 2, technically, but first time for a new rocket. And it's a new Methalox rocket from the Cape. So I got to go with the local hype here.
Yep. Alex, you're not local to either of these places. What do you think? Earth to Alex, UHF com check.
I'm rereading. I'm like, Oh, just like, what are you most hyped for?
Yes.
That's nonsense. I'm hyped for both. Like,
you have to answer one or the other.
It's two big rockets launching. Come on. Why do I have to choose? You don't have to choose. You can watch both here at NSF. There.
That was the diplomatic answer.
No!
AKA the allocator.
It's that I'm hyped. I want to see these launches. Kevin, fire up the train. Come on. There you go. See? More launches, more better. And in fact, it's reusable, right? So let's launch it. And land it. Yeah, the 2-cat.
Why
The
is the
2-cat,
back?
the second stage does not get reused. Okay, but, you know.
He's got a point. He's got a very good point. Okay, so that's all the support queue. Let's see. Let's see. We got through a lot of stuff there. We covered a lot of ground. We covered a lot of ground. Let's see. How long do we have till?
I believe we made a poll in chat.
Uh-oh.
Because
how many Falcons will fly in 2025? Okay. All right.
We were
all right.
requested to do a few questions, I believe.
The producers made us do this?
It was Adrian, just because it's been a tradition at NSF, and I believe they just want us to do that. But yeah, we asked in chat how many Falcons will fly in 2025 between 150, 170, less than 150, between 171 and 190, more than 190. The option that won, that was between 150 and 170 with 54% of the votes. Elon will say, no, I disagree, because he said over 180 launches of Falcon in 2025. So we'll see. We have another poll now in chat.
Yeah, this is we know Falcon is going to get into the 3 figures for launches. Like that, there's no secret there.
Yeah, just like
this is the one I'm curious. Yeah, exactly, right? This is the one I'm curious about. How many new Glenn launches do you think we're going to see? That's the poll that's going on in chat there. The overwhelming odds right now are 1 to 3. 1 to 3? That's it? Really? Yeah. No faith. Jeez.
I think... See,
Well, go ahead, Sawyer.
Sawyer, hit it.
I was going to say, I agree with them, honestly. I mean...
What?
Well, here's the thing. Think of any debut rocket and all of the issues that typically come with the first flight. You're always going to find things that you didn't expect. Whether the vehicle is successful or not, you're always going to find something that was like, ooh, that was not what we planned. That was slightly off nominal. Hey, maybe the shuttle engines actually burn hotter than we expected. Maybe there are some other things that we didn't really take into account for pad refurbishment. You know, that kind of stuff that adds up. And by the time you get there, it's like, oh, we needed a couple months. So that's why I feel like they could get 3 in there for sure. It's just going to take some time learning from the first.
I guess. I mean, Flawed Perspective is saying in chat, New England is using a waterfall design. They don't need loads of flights to make it work. That's what I'm saying, man. If they are waterfalling their design instead of rapid iteration, right? Like what SpaceX is going to do, the floodgates, you're going to get one test flight and then the floodgates are going to open. You know what I mean? And then Elon was like, just on a side note there, Elon, did I see that tweet right? Did Elon say it's more than 180 Falcon launches this year?
Yeah. Get ready.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Gonna be busy.
But yeah, for New Glenn, there's also the fact that while SpaceX can just fire up starships left, right, and center, because let's be honest, they can just, tweak things and they don't need payloads per se. Even this flight, yeah, it's gonna launch simulators, so to speak, right? They don't need the real thing to be launched. New Glenn's second flight, I think it's gonna be Escapade, right? So they need those payloads to be ready, and New Glenn needs to be ready for that launch window, right? Remember, launch window to Mars, it's very stringent. You really need to hit that. You also have, apart from that, on Blue Origin's schedule, you have Kuiper. Where are those satellites, right? It's like they had a bunch of launches booked on Atlas, they had a bunch of launches booked on Vulcan, and a bunch more on Ariane 6. Then they said, you know what? Let's just give 3 to Falcon 9, right? So they have plenty of rides. They have not launched yet. Where are they? They're nowhere, right? So are they going to launch? Maybe New Glenn will not have a payload. I don't know. And then they have Blue Moon as well. Blue Moon Mark 1. We'll see. if they launch that as well. But those are the potential missions next year. Unlike Starship, it's like, yeah, let's just put some Starship in orbit. Let's dock it to another Starship. Whatever. It's empty. It's okay. That's the SpaceX basically. or let's just put 50 Starlinks. Half of them only half of them work, but it's okay. Just launch them. And yeah, that's the other poll. How many?
The other poll is saying how many rockets will fly. I say somewhere in the ballpark of like 250. So we're 250 to 280, and that seemed to be what won that poll. There you go. And then hey, Kevin Odom there with 5 memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it.
Can I make a bold prediction here?
Do it.
I think 2025 has a non-zero chance of being the first year where we have as many launches as days in the year. Because we had 259 launches worldwide. There are a lot of companies out there, not just SpaceX, because SpaceX wants to add another 50 launches, right? So that gets you to 309, I guess. You are within 60 launches. If China says, hey, let's launch 20 more times instead of 67 or 68, let's launch 80 or 90, right? Like, you add few launches here and there. Rocket Lab also wants to launch a little bit more in 2025. Like, here and there, when you take that into account, we're probably gonna get very, very close to that 365 launch a year. We'll see. Maybe it's 2026, but we're gonna get very, very close. Will Rocket Lab get close?
I like this one. How far will Neutron get in 2025? Sawyer, you think they'll make it to launch? I think they'll make it to launch. What do you think?
I mean, we finally saw them starting to put the base of the launch, I guess their launch mount, essentially, at Wallops. So I'm excited for it. I think we'll definitely see both stages tested. I think it will definitely be fully integrated. Will it launch is the question. I think early 2026 for launch, personally.
So you're telling me that work continues on the OLM?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Haven't heard that one before. That's unique.
Yeah, I know. It's brand new. We've never said that ever.
Ooh.
What did I miss with 5 memberships? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
EJ, we talked about before of active cooling for heat shielding.
Yeah,
another rocket that might debut next year. We're just about to put that poll in chat, so people get ready.
Uh-oh.
Buckle up or something. That's what they say, right?
Yeah, stoked. Look at that. How far will Nova get in 2025?
I'm going to say launch 2 because I want more rockets and I'm greedy.
I'm stoked. It's a fully reusable rocket. Another way of doing things.
Man. Please. Not you too. Sorry, you gonna come in here puns?
Alex is about to pull a China and maybe try and surpass me and launch as a pun.
Okay,
here.
we have very little time until Twist goes online and whatnot, so we need to get through. But I want to give a shout out to Stoke because they have done a lot of great progress and upgrades of Nova and whatever in 2024. They've been very open about that. We're seeing a few other companies that they're trying to get their rockets up, and they have not shared as many updates, right, in 2024. So, saying props to them for that, and hopefully we get. I think there's a good chance we're gonna see both stages tested. Technically, we have already seen the second stage, right? Because they did the hop,
They did hop. They did do that.
It was the Nova Hopper.
The Novi Hoppy?
Novi Hoppy?
Oh God, no.
The Novi.
Yeah, that's right. Novi Hoppy. Yeah, there you go. You almost had it. See, you're gonna pun. I'm gonna do this.
Fair enough. By the way, I just want to point out that in the most recent gifted memberships, there were 20 by Miss Daisy. Alicia now gifted a membership finally.
Really? Look at that.
Wait, what?
Alicia, apparently a mod, but not a member until now.
Oh, she's watching. Hi, Alicia.
Hey, she's probably watching.
Oh, this last poll.
Oh no. Oh no.
What will happen
Oh,
with
dear.
Artemis in 2025? I'm answering heavily modified.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
well, technically, aren't delayed and heavily modified in this case the same deal?
Yeah, probably. I mean,
True.
I hate to say it, but I feel like we kind of know there's going to be more delays to Artemis, and I think part of that will involve changing a lot of the architecture of the future of it in terms of Block 2, in terms of, gateway, things like that, which, I mean, they're stacking more of ML2 today. If you haven't checked that out, check out all of our social platforms. You can see the video of them working on that.
I think that the heavy modifications that they make to the program will cause some delays. I think the heavy modifications are ramping up SLS, but that's a whole can of worms that we do not have time for. Let's be real.
Once the new administration comes by and starts telling their things, we'll probably discuss that on the Flame Trench.
See? Yeah, see, there you go. See, we started talking about it, and Kevin's like, no. Put on the outro music. Anyway, with that being said, that's the first Flame Trench of 2025. I hope you guys enjoyed it. My hosts here, Alex, thank you very much for popping in, being with us, giving the answers. The answers are long, but man, are they packed with those details, buddy. Thank you.
I always try to get them short, but it's like, no, I forgot something. And then this other thing, and yeah, I wish I could just, stream my consciousness, I guess, through the interwebs, but it's not possible yet. Maybe Neuralink. Anyways.
Hey.
See you guys.
All right. And then, as always, we had the very handsome Sawyer Rosenstein with us. Sawyer, thank you for coming on. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the handsome comment. I am still single, so ladies.
Hey-o!
It's 2025's the year. Let's start the new year off flaming and great here.
Did you say gray? You're not talking about my gray hair, are you?
I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh, no.
Oh, look at that.
No. Oh, no.
Are we
Jack
in the
is
gifts
trying
already?
to wipe away all of your gray hair. It's fine.
And then I'd like to thank Jack for being the official Flame Trench camera lens cleaner. Oh, geez, thank you. I love doing this. I love going out, and cleaning those. That's like my favorite thing to do in the world.
Can you hang on? Can Jack clean my glasses?
Oh yeah, just bring them over to Texas. We'll get them all cleaned up for you, pal.
Thank you, Jack.
Yep. All right. And then there's and there's this guy. Who's that guy? Oh, that's Alex. All right.
What about the guy who was pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, and operating the train horn?
Absolutely. Well, the train horn was good. The cat noises were just a little strange. But Kevin on the back end, and Jay was in there too. Jay helped me with a couple of problems too. So Kevin, thank you, buddy. Don't say anything. Just say we're good. All right. Also, everybody here that supports us over, becoming launch directors and flight engineers. We couldn't do this without you guys. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support. But most importantly, thank you for giving us your time. Even if you can't be a launch director or flight engineer or, tip the stream or anything, once again, it's not out of obligation. We appreciate time here with you guys. And thank you very much. It's always good. I am EJ, your host. Stay tuned. We have This Week in Space coming up, don't we?
Yeah, with Alicia.
All right. So don't turn the dial or change the dial. Do people still use dials?
I mean, some stream decks have them, but
yeah, that's right.
And levers.
All right, so don't change the dial. Don't adjust the rabbit ears.
This chat, it should redirect you right to This Week in Spaceflight, premiering now.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Okay, we are clear from YouTube and Twitter.
Yay!
Premiere's going.
Oh
Cool.
my goodness, my
We
throat.
are still live with Membies and
Hey, Membies.
Twitch. Hi, Twitch.
Hi,
Hi,
Twitch.
I can switch over to voice, but I just have to do it from bed, so I will hop back on with Membies by voice in about 5-ish minutes.
Cool, sounds good. Thanks, Sawyer.
How'd I do?
Great.
All right, cool. I muted the mic because I was crap posting in chat, right? And then you cold opened me and I was muted. Oh my god, what's wrong with me?
It happens.
Oh my goodness. Oh jeez. This is a great start on brand. Thanks, guys. the first like couple minutes, I'm like, you know.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Jack, go away.
Oh, Jack's here.
Oh,
He's gonna
no,
kill
Jack
me.
there.
Go.
Tell me you can hear that. Oh my goodness. This is my life now. I can't hear it. No. Jack sounds like he's so
Jack,
sick.
what happened to your voice?
He sounds like the Jack impression that I do.
He's like
Oh,
he sounds like a Stratty.
Oh no. And it like literally sounded exactly like the voice you do. He sounds exactly like the Morty impression. Oh god.
What voice do I do? Do I do this? Do I really talk like this?
I don't mean to laugh in your face, man, but damn, that's funny. Shut up.
Why should I shut up? You were sending me DMs.
Oh my god.
We should talk
Jack
to
is
each other
saying
with
there's
that
echo
voice.
on the video? What?
No, that's
Oh
just
my-
Jack
Oh
talking.
my goodness. I wish you guys could have heard that. That was
There is
bad.
no echo. I don't know what the heck they're talking about.
Yeah, there's no echo. I don't know what they're talking about. Dude, you sound like you're being ripped in half by a hippo or something.
Yeah. It's like, please.
Be honest with you, it's not right. He says, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not right. And I was like paying for my food. I say thank you. Oh my god, you should have seen the look on the cashier's face. Oh. Jack just told us a story about how he went to the grocery store and he had to say he said thank you and they looked at him all funny.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh jeez. You can hear it now? Oh, okay, good. Oh my goodness. What happened to his voice? He's sick. He's got what Alex has.
Just talk normal, Jack.
Yeah, Jack.
This is me talking normally. This is
I'm talking normally.
now.
It's like his vocal cords are just, like cats being ripped off. I don't know.
I'm Jack Meyer for NSF, and this is your Starbase update. Uh, uh, can we do that for real?
What's up?
Have you heard Jack talking, Sawyer?
I haven't.
He's like you take Jake and like I don't know. He just sounds like he has cats by vocal
I
cords.
don't know what they're talking about. My voice is completely
Oh my god.
See what I say? See? Well, rather hear what I say.
Oh my gosh. Who needs the two cat noise? Just have record Jack speaking and use that.
Jack, you gotta stop me. My face hurts, dude. Oh, my
It is
God.
me.
What you doing
Thanks for
there?
watching. And as always, be excellent to each
Be excellent to each other.
Oh, that is.
Jack, want to say
Wow.
something for Star?
Twitch chat says you
Remember-
match.
Yeah, I was gonna say hi. Yeah, she's here. Hi.
Who is that?
Jack, we match.
Remember, we're live with members. So yeah.
Who was that?
Just saying.
Yeah, that's why I just said we match. Not what, where.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I guess this is my voice.
Wait, I thought EJ's Morty Jack was kind of a joke. No, that's actually spot on.
Alex, who was that?
Hmm?
I honestly think EJ might be like in.
Oh.
The amount that I sound like his impression
Hi.
is insane.
He's one of our members. This is the perk that you get. I don't know, when you are a New Horizons member. I don't know. There's like a hidden secret membership level. Anywho.
What does that even mean?
I'm just joking.
Kevin,
Hi.
I don't know if I can do it.
You don't know if you can do what?
I can't do this.
Now we got Robo Kermit.
Dude, the robotics kind of get it makes it even funnier. I can't do this. Oh. It really sounds like Morty, dude. It's ridiculous. Oh my goodness.
Is Alex on the Falcon 9 stream?
Nope.
Oh.
EJ is.
If I'm not mistaken, that's gonna be a Gene and EJ special with
GJ.
Max Evans, Dwight in the field, and also Julia.
Oh, you're on the Falcon 9, EJ?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
signed up for it.
Oh.
Can we give EJ and Gene like a Benifer style name, like EJ or GJ?
Huh.
You sound like a Muppet that's been thrown into a blender.
Interesting. Did you see in SCL planning?
Gene J. J Gene.
Oh gosh.
Devin, Alex, did you see the update in SCL planning, by the way? Very interesting.
Oh god. No.
He's gone.
I mean, it's not going to
Hell.
affect any of our coverage tonight. I'll say that.
Oh, I did see that, yeah. Might affect Nuglin.
I'll be honest. There doesn't sound like there was going to be any to begin with.
There was.
I had heard the opposite, but
Yeah, special NSF
Oh, gotcha.
arrangement.
Gotcha.
He's
I may
gone.
have to ask you about that behind the scenes then of our
Yep.
potential going up. So
Not a conversation for
yeah, no,
our
that's fine.
Memby.
I'll ask it later.
Or Twitch.
Why don't
Sorry,
you ask
Twitch.
me
Love
later,
you, Twitch.
Krabsy? Oh, they said that they like you too, and people say nice things about you.
They say nice things about me. They
No.
probably complain when I use merge on launch of Starship.
No, it's no pain,
What?
Alien. I'm not in pain when I do it. I just have to lay down to not put too much stress on parts of my body.
I wonder if Jack would go clean the NSF cameras for some Scooby snacks. That's pretty good, Bob. It's pretty funny.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, someone joined.
I don't know, AJ.
Dude.
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
I don't know. God, this is my voice now. It's been days.
Does Leica even still recognize you?
I can't do
In
this.
fact, no.
Sound like Timu Miss Piggy.
Oh, Kirby.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, God.
One of these days, EJ, you'll have a messed up voice for some reason, and then I'll laugh at you.
You know what's funny? This guy right here, sounds like that.
True.
You should have heard me yesterday. I was even worse yesterday.
Worse? How could it get worse?
I'm not laughing at you, Jack. I'm laughing with you.
Oh no,
Yeah,
I'm laughing at you.
right.
Sawyer isn't.
Hey, I'm just gonna be flat out honest.
We're firing all of the new graphics. I just realized we're using also the new social graphics.
Yeah.
We are.
I should have probably included that somehow in the New Glenn one, but
So
wasn't in the script, so there wasn't really a spot.
Twitch chat is saying Elmo dropped the Marlboros.
Hey, now I can say I've met 3 people that have played Elmo.
And a Sawyer flex.
Oh, that's where you live.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, STS-135, I interviewed Elmo, which was the original guy. EFT-1, I got to interview Elmo again. That was after the scandal that wasn't really a scandal thing. And now, Jack.
Yak.
Yes, I am
Yay.
piling on tonight. I don't care. It's 2025. My filter apparently today is gone.
Whoops. Goal, you got a question from earlier. How many sonic booms could we hear from Starship coming in with all the flaps and how she falls and stuff? You're probably not going to hear anything from the flaps. It'll probably be twin sonic booms like the shuttle.
Yeah, it should just be. Wasn't it 2 on the first ones? Pretty sure Flight
shuttles?
5, I recall it being 2.
Okay, Memby's in Twitch. I need to steal the encoder, and EJ needs to go into the Falcon 9 stream because that is live very soon.
I need to rest my throat.
Twitch, you're gonna transfer over to the standby screen for the Falcon 9 stream, and then EJ will be back with you.
We're gonna go watch the Falcon 9 stream. I'm so excited for that. Goodbye.
God.
Alien,
Oh,
do you say that as if I haven't
she
met
she's hugging
5
here
different...
the feed.
Bye,
So-
Maldi.
By the way, Alien, you say that as if I haven't had 5 interviewed the 5
I
previous
gotta
NASA
go.
administrators.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, Atlantis. Water towers. Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off.
FD off.
It's orange!
R45. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This is meant to be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any.
Welcome in, everyone, to another NSF stream. Tonight, we are looking at a Falcon 9 standing at Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral. And our host, Gene Rowley, for tonight's Thuraya-4 NGS launch in just under an hour. Joining me tonight is the one and only EJ. EJ, how are you doing tonight? You're busy tonight, aren't you?
Oh, I'm all over the place, Gene. Yeah, it's good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Coming right off another great show. In the field tonight, the camera's views that you're going to be seeing are coming from Max Evans and D Wise, both at the press site tonight, working their magic on the cameras. And out in the field tonight, we have the one and only Julia Bergeron, who's going to be telling us all about this booster, the weather on site, and everything else. Julia, how are you tonight?
Well, good evening, Gene. I am well. It is a beautiful, somewhat chilly for Floridians here on the Space Coast for launch of 2025, and I'm excited.
Well, I know it's cool out there. We talked about that a little bit earlier, and the weather is clear, though, so we're looking good tonight. Behind the scenes, we got a whole host of people. We've got the normal button pushers and the people that make all of this happen. Producing tonight is Jay Keegan. Thank you, Jay, for being in the room there. And then also a couple other folks that are working with Jay. And again, we can't do this without them. Tonight's launch is the launch of 2025. They picked the A team, right, EJ? I would say that they picked the A team, or we were just the only ones available to do this.
You know, I'm gonna pick the former, over the latter there. And I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot of fun. We love doing these. This one has been delayed a long time. We'll get into that in a little bit when we talk about the payload for this and why the delays and so on. Julie, I'm going to you so we can talk a little more about this launch of this Falcon 9. And I keep saying Thuraya. I think that's how you say it. The NGS actually stands for Next Generation Satellite. But let's talk about the booster. Julia, we've got booster 1073 launching for its 20th time. Tell us about the history of this thing.
Oh my goodness. Another booster about to hit 20, which is pretty amazing. This booster started out, believe it or not, with a Starlink. And normally our boosters don't seem to start with Starlinks, but we also had SES-22, Hakuto R, Amazonas Nexus, CRS-27, bunch more Starlinks in between, but we also had Bandwagon 1 and GSAT-20. So this is a pretty storied booster tonight.
Yeah, this thing has carried a lot of mass to orbit, and it looks like it's going straight east out of the Cape tonight, right?
That is correct. We are going due east tonight. And for folks who may be in Florida along the eastern coast and possibly even Tampa, if you step outside tonight and your skies are as clear as mine are, you should be able to see this launch.
We should have some great shots of this, even though it is dark. We've got everybody at the press site, and I know we've got a special viewer. What did you say? 170 miles south of here, so we should see it about a minute, maybe a minute
20 after launch. We'll see what they come up with later after we get this rocket off the ground. It is going due east. It's carrying about 5 metric tons. And I do want to talk a little bit about this payload. So let's jump over a viewer. Yes, Sawyer. Let's jump over EJ. I know you were just talking to him for a couple of hours. He jumped in and said, I'm going to do some things. Let's talk about this payload. Thuraya. It's a cool name.
Yeah, that's actually the Arabic name for the Pleiades constellation. Thuraya-4 is part of a constellation that is from an operator that comes out of the UAE. Here, there were other Thuraya satellites prior to this one, but Thuraya-4 is actually completely different than those other satellites. It's on a Eurostar Neo sat bus, which is Airbus. That's Airbus's big sat bus. Now, this satellite is it has a scalable power system from 7 to 24 kilowatts, and it can be anywhere. It's highly configurable. Most of the satellite buses are, but this one is highly configurable. You can put whatever you want on it. It's kind of a la carte depending on what provider, what your satellite customer wants. This one is going out to medium, if I'm remembering correctly here.
Geostationary transfer.
It's geostationary transfer. Oh
Yep,
yeah, okay.
yep.
That's right. I was getting it a little confused with the Blue Origin mission that should be happening a little bit later, a couple of days from now, because we were talking about it. Sorry, I was just fixating on that New Glenn, which is not far from here, but that's not what we're here for. F and 13G mission. Those were also Aerostar Neo. So Falcon 9 has launched this type of payload before.
Yeah. Yeah, and they call it the fourth one, but aren't there only 2 that are operational?
Yes, I do believe Thuraya-1 is not, or no, 2 I think is not working
This
anymore.
one is This one's replacing 2. I think 1 also had some issues with the if memory serves, the solar panels. There were some issues with the solar panels, so they put it in like a dead orbit or something. I don't have the information in front of me, but I think it was 1, and then this one is replacing 2. So this will give them 3 and 4 up there doing what they do. And yeah, it covers like 160 countries, and I mean it's a pretty big deal, but it's a 5 metric ton payload.
Yep, that's
going to a
12,000
transfer.
pounds. Yep, for geostationary transfer, that's 12,000 pounds. I'm actually looking it up now. Thuraya 2 and 3 are BSS 702s. Those are Boeing's satellite bus. And this one is Aerostar. This is Eurostar Neo. This is an Airbus satellite, interestingly enough. I mean, I don't want to read too much into that, but there you go. This one is replacing Thuraya 2.
Yeah. And this booster, Julie, I'm going to bring you back in. This booster 1073 is launching for this is on its 20th flight. This was a 46-day turnaround? Is that right?
Yep. Yeah. Yep. It looks like it was a 46-day turnaround. Sometimes when you reach 20 flights, they kind of poke around a little bit more than younger boosters, shall we say, just to make sure that everything's still well, because it is of an age, shall we say. And being on a drone ship and at violent speeds aren't things like joints. So got me a little bit more inspecting, but
And as we said,
looking to have an even. Well, I was gonna say, with them having an even faster cadence this year, that turnaround time's gonna start closing down again to that maybe 2-week mark.
Yeah. And that'll be good to see the cadence ramp up. They're shooting for like 100 and what was it, 54 this year? I'm making a number up. EJ, how many were they shooting for this year? Falcon 9s? Less than 180, right? Thanks,
Elon
Alan.
confirmed on X that he wants more than 180 this year. Now, whether they hit that or not, that remains to be seen. But
Ooh.
I'll tell you what, they that so okay, if you wanted 180 plus, right? That is launching basically every day. And I don't know if you guys have looked at the calendar and looked at the date. It's the 3rd, and we haven't even gotten a launch yet. That is already behind. Not to say that they wouldn't do it, right? It's not some type of linear thing. They can launch more Falcon 9s or less, but this is the first launch already happening on the 3rd. The kind of cadence that you need to handle 180 launches that's sub 2-day launch cadence. So that means one needs to go every 48 hours. We're already past that, so we'll see how it pans out. I mean, I'm here for it, Gene. I don't know about you. The more rocket launches, the better.
That's right. I'm here, brother. Speaking of that, let's go over some stats. Again, like I said, this is the first launch of the year for 2025. It's also, strangely enough, the first launch of the month here in January. Falcon's 65th launch since the last failure. And if this one goes, this will be the 417th. Or Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, this will be the 418th. I never know what these numbers mean, but 417th orbital flight for Falcon 9. SpaceX's 225th launch from this launch pad. These numbers start to get crazy for me. If this one goes, this will be the 92nd landing on a short fellow Gravitas out of 93 attempts. And then if this lands, which we hope it does, it'll be the 50th successful landing since the last failed one. I would be remiss if I did not thank some folks and also encourage folks. If you want to hear EJ answer a lot of questions, be sure to get those in chat at NASA Spaceflight. And thank you so much, Ethereal Swordsman, for a $5 tip. We appreciate it. We do this because we love it. And you helping us out just makes it all the more possible. I mean, look at the coverage tonight with Flame Trench, This Week in Space Flight, and now Falcon 9, the first Falcon 9 launch 2025. And next week's gearing up to be even crazier. So just stay with NSF. Yeah, we've got you. We've got you covered. Get those questions in at NASA Spaceflight. We'll get to them as much as we can. I did want to say, you're looking at Slick 40, right? We are T-minus 46 minutes for this Thuraya-4 launch. Right now, they're getting things ready for the ground support equipment. EJ, I'm going to bring you in on this one. They're getting things ready for the ground support equipment, and then we're all waiting for a specific 20-minute vent. So right now, in the next 26 minutes, as we're looking for that, tell us what's going on with the Falcon 9 at the T-minus 46 minutes, Mark.
Okay, so basically what they're doing right now, the short story is that they're starting to move propellants they're starting to move the propellants around to get ready to put it into the rocket. Now I know it's like, what are you preparing? You're always preparing. Just go. No. Just go doesn't get you very far with rockets. You have to thermally condition these lines. Now, Falcon 9 is using kerosene and liquid oxygen. Well, I say kerosene. It's RP1. It's a highly refined version of kerosene. In my brain, that just stuck as kerosene, which is not right, and I understand that. But the point is that the RP1 is basically just, fuel, right? But they're using liquid oxygen for their oxidizer, and SpaceX uses a densified form of liquid oxygen, which means that it is a lot colder than regular liquid oxygen. This is advanced liquid oxygen. No, they've chilled it. They are super chilling their liquid oxygen. Basically, what happens when you try to go to flow that around through a pipe, right? It really likes to boil. It likes to evaporate. It's not, I mean, Julia did say it's a little brisk down in Florida a little bit earlier, but it's probably like 10 to 15 C in Florida. Liquid oxygen is minus 180 C. It is really, we're talking a big temperature differential. And when you do that, you got to move the propellants around slowly so they don't evaporate too fast. So right now they're probably moving the propellants around basically to get it to the pad, and then at T-minus 20 minutes, they'll start moving up the transporter erector, and that's what that vent is about that you were talking about. The 20-minute vent is SpaceX moving commodities up the liquid oxygen, up that transporter erector to fuel the second stage. The first stage is fueled from the bottom on the pad, but the second stage, you need a fuel and an oxidizer line to get up there. So right now, SpaceX is going through all the checks, and then they're moving the propellants around to get ready to start initiate filling for Falcon 9. But that, once again, guys, that won't happen for another 23, about 23 minutes in change.
And then once they do that, that's like you said, that's the second stage.
Yeah,
right.
That 20-minute vent on the transporter erector is for moving propellants into the second stage. The first stage is fueled through a tail service mast umbilical. That's actually it's out of sight in this picture. You can't see it because it's at the bottom of the pad. But yeah, that's what that 20-minute vent is for. That also, Gene, you kind of touch base on it a little bit. That's also there. That's it's there to fill up the second stage, but it's a pretty darn good indicator to know if we're going to get a launch or not. You can never tell, right, until the official SpaceX cast goes live, but we don't want to see that. We want to sit here and chill with us, right? You never know, right? 20-minute vent is a good indicator that we're going to see some flight tonight, which is good.
Yep, and that's what we're looking for is another launch, the first one in 2025. So for those of you just joining us, you're looking at Space Launch Complex 40 and a Falcon 9 ready to go on its 20th launch. I want to thank some folks here. Antonio Ballatore, thank you so much for becoming a PadRap member. It's awesome that you're here with us, and we appreciate it. And Cooley, thank you so much for that super chat, 20 check something. And I don't know what's the currency for the Czech Republic. Anyone? EJ, you're the sum total of Google knowledge.
Oh, is that a compliment?
I don't know. Is it? Thank you so much, Cooley, for that. I appreciate it.
Are they using euros?
I don't know what they're using in the Czech Republic. Somebody in chat will tell me in 2 seconds. They're like carrots. I don't know. They'll figure it out. Okay, here's a 2024 question for you. How many Falcon 9 launches? It's coming in from Jason. Did SpaceX get in 2024? I know they had a goal of, what was it, 150? They got
134. One short of total missions for the entire shuttle program over the course of 30 years.
Wow.
I don't know how to feel about that as a shuttle guy. I don't know how to feel about that, Gene.
Alex is hooking us up. 132 Falcon launches in 2024, Falcon 9, 2 Falcon Heavy, and 4 Starship launches. It's humbling to be surrounded by people that are smarter than me. I'm talking about you, EJ, Sawyer, Alex, Adrian. I thought I knew a lot, and then I started talking to these guys. Trust me. Also, I believe they use the koruna in the Czech Republic. I don't know. Don't quote me on that one. Keep the questions coming in, guys, for EJ. So we had some. We're gonna keep talking here a little bit. We're gonna kind of shift gears as we go along, and we are going to talk about the satellite itself a little bit more. We'll talk about the trajectory. We'll talk about the weather. We'll talk about all that stuff coming up. But I did want to touch on while we've got a little bit of time here, about 20 minutes. EJ, some of the news that's coming out for, obviously, New Glenn is down in Florida, getting ready for their stuff, and then Starship out in Texas. And we don't have any dates, by the way. If this is your first NSF video of the day, which I hope it's not, you've heard us all say we don't know when. We don't know when any of these things are going to. There's no official launch dates for either one of those rockets. Now, in the Flame Trench earlier today, you guys spent a lot of time talking about New Glenn. So give us the 5-minute version or the 10-minute version of where New Glenn is, because we saw the static fire, and now we're waiting for some more news about that.
As far as I can tell, New Glenn is moved to the 8th. It was supposed to be on Monday, and now it's moved to the 8th, but it's the 8th at 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Yay.
So, for us night owls, that's Tuesday night, right? Or if you're on the West
time
Coast.
for a rocket launch.
Oh yeah, no, it's great.
Why do they do that to us?
Just mess up my sleep schedule even more. Appreciate it, Jeff. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be here for a launch like that, right? Seeing that thing go is going to be crazy. Over on my end, on the Twitch stream that I do, we call it basically reusable Saturn 1B. That is so the thing behind that is that New Glenn lands on its on the landing platform vessel. It lands on the
Mhm.
vessel named Jacqueline, right? But its payload mass to orbit and size is, I mean, it's a little bit taller, but it's about a similar kind of width as a Saturn 1B and about similar payload mass, which is crazy. Like we just got,
7
yeah,
7
7 meters.
meters, and then
Up.
flares to 8.5 at the landing
Crazy.
legs, right?
I mean, it's not a
Yeah.
small rocket,
Right.
and this is just more good access to space. It is a monster, and I'm gonna be here for it. I was about to say, oh, it could launch at 1 in the morning. It is launching at 1 in the morning, and I'm gonna be here for it,
Yeah.
man.
I would love to be there too. I just need to know when, right?
Right?
Doing rocket launches is hard to plan. You can't plan anything because of the
Yep.
tolerances. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that one going. And this is going to be a crazy year with New Glenn, and I mean, I know they pushed SLS, but there's going to be SLS News, HLS, Starship, more Falcon 9, more Falcon Heavy. I mean, it's the cadences are ramping up, and more players are coming on the marketplace. I mean, when we start talking about all the other launch providers, I mean, coming in, we're going to be real busy, EJ. Let me just tell you that we're going to be real busy. 2025, I think, is the start of it.
Dates, man.
So they're pushing that one obviously now to the 8th potentially. We'll see what happens there. They know why, we don't, and we don't know even if that is a hard date because we don't have anything official. And I want to say that again, we don't have anything official. So if someone says they hear something official and you didn't hear it from NSF, just hear it from NSF. Trust me. And then we got Starship Flight 7, which is going to be kicking off. We don't know when, but it's coming.
Mhm. Tentatively, Gene, it looks like Friday, but looks like Friday doesn't mean anything in space flight, as you know.
That's right. That's
That
right.
means nothing, you know.
Yeah, and we'll be bringing you that one too with great coverage as always. And like the NSF team is running all over. We're trying to plan everything. We're running crazy, like with our hair on fire, trying to make sure we get the coverage of all of these and continue to bring you these amazing Falcon 9 launches and landings when we can. So let's see. Extreme Poppy, Doopy. Sorry, Extreme Doopy. Thank you so much for that. It's $5 Canadian super chat. Happy New Year from Canada. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Thank you for joining us on this first launch of 2025. Stuart King, thank you again. Amazing. $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Quick question, then we're going to go to some timelines here. What are the predictions for New Glenn? We just talked about that. Will it take business away from SpaceX? Yeah, but I think there's enough. What do you think, EJ? I think the pie's big enough for more launch providers? I think so.
This is Gene, it's a real chicken and the egg thing here because
Mm-hmm.
we have all these rockets and a lot of people ask questions like how many payloads are these things going to launch? Like where's the demand for payload? Why'd you make such a big rocket? Where's the demand for it, right? Now, the thing is that manufacturing the payloads is a long lead item when you go to launch something into space. The payloads are complicated pieces of equipment, but that pales in comparison to the vehicle that it launches. So I really think that, SpaceX rolling out with Starship, Blue Origin rolling out with New Glenn is, the chicken came first and not the egg. These big rockets are going to offer a more affordable access to space because,
Mm-hmm.
Blue Origin has deep pockets and SpaceX has deep pockets, and they were able to engineer a vehicle that could get us. They are able to engineer vehicles that are reliable enough to be able to grow the market. So there might not be a market demand right now, but that doesn't mean that there isn't going to be one in the future. I very much think that that's what they're anticipating here.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the pie is big enough for everyone with Rocket Lab coming in, the launch providers from all over. Look, we're doing these interviews. Alex is doing these interviews with launch providers in Europe. I mean, the pie is big enough. There's plenty of satellites that need to go up into space. Let's bring up the timeline. We just passed T minus 35 minutes, and as we look down the timeline, the stage one RP1 load begins, and I want to ask you a question, EJ. Like, are they flowing? They're flowing these cryogenic propellants in at the same time. The two different tanks. They don't do one then the other, right?
Okay, so Falcon 9 is semi-cryogenic, so we have liquid oxygen in RP1. The RP1 is not cryogenic, so...
Oh, right. Yeah, it's kerosene. Sorry, yeah.
Exactly. No, all good, man, all good. I just want to make sure we don't confuse anybody out there. So
Thank you.
what they do is they start first stage flow first. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why, well, okay, it's a bigger liquid oxygen tank. The first stage is, I don't know if you could tell from the screen here, chat, the stage is the first stage is a little bit bigger than the second stage. First stage goes from the ground to that darker ring that's about 2/3 of the way up the vehicle, right? So you're going to get that LOX load first because it's a bigger tank. And then they're going to start stage 2 RP1 load. And because of the super chilled propellants that I was talking to you about, they're not going to initiate second stage flow until about 20 minutes, like we said, right? The reason why is because they're trying to time it so both tanks get filled at the exact same time. You want your second stage to be topped off at the exact point your first stage gets topped off, and then you're ready to go. Once again, it's because of this densified liquid oxygen here. The densified liquid oxygen will boil off very, very quickly. Florida is not cold, guys. I don't know if you guys have ever been there. It's generally not cold down there. It might be a little cold for Floridians, but it's not cold, and it's heating up that liquid oxygen. The more time that liquid oxygen stays inside of that tank, the more it's going to boil off, and it's going to want to turn to gas, right? And you can't put the gas in a liquid fuel rocket engine. It's right in the name.
Exactly. Let's see. Tweet first. Not sure what that means. Jay, tell me what that means. We're bringing up a tweet. Here we go. SpaceX. T-minus 35 minutes. Weather's looking good. Yeah. Okay. Straight from SpaceX. There you go. Things are looking favorable for this launch of this Falcon 9. That's awesome news. And by the way, you bring up this, but look at this image. I want to show a picture of what NSF teams in the field do and what they set up and what that looks like. Here's the actual shot from behind the scenes. Is that Max? Yeah, I think that's Max. So they're out there. He says it's cold, guys. And it's cold, but this is kind of a behind the scenes of what you get. You don't normally get to see this stuff. So I wanted to make sure that the folks in the field get their kudos and get their handshakes, because I'm not out there. EJ's not out there. Julia, Max, and Dee are out there with their coats on, bringing this coverage, bringing this stuff to you. So be sure to thank them by checking out their photos, and the calendars just came out. Go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and a way that you can thank these guys for going out there in the cold and making sure these cameras are all set up for you is by going to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Check out their art, the photos that they've taken. I have a giant one from DY's. I'm the next time I see them, I'm going to have them sign it. They know it's coming. I've already told them I'm taking it to Starbase for Flight 7. We're going to have that. We're going to have that signed. Then I'm going to put that on my wall. But again, these are the guys doing the work. And also Jay and the other operators in the production booth. You don't get to see them. You don't get to hear them a lot. You hear Kevin sometimes, but most of the rest of them, you don't really get to hear a lot. They're behind the scenes doing this for us. I just wanted you guys to know that. Jean-Luc Silas, thank you so much for that Canadian super chat. $5 goes a long way to do what we do. And Ethereal Swordsman, another $10 tip. Wow, you're super generous tonight. Thank you so much. And again, exactly what I was talking about. Ethereal Swordsman wants to extend a thank you to the chat moderators. A lot of folks behind the scenes, just kind of handling everything, making sure that, Nightbot's doing what it's supposed to do. But thank you guys so much for your support. And remember, keep those questions coming in at NASA Spaceflight. We appreciate it. T-minus 30 minutes for this first launch of 2025. Julia, do we have you back now?
Well,
I believe we
Gene,
have Julia back. Hey!
how do I sound? Hey,
There's Julia.
I
She
had to
sounds
move,
great.
y'all. It's a very busy night here on the Space Coast, and a lot of people are out watching this launch, and this girl had to move so she could have some signal all to herself. So I'm back now.
It happens. It sounds so
I had
much
to
better.
really, really move. Our parks are packed right now, and that's a good thing.
Well, we actually had one of the questions earlier on the Flame Trench. I was watching the Flame Trench. These guys were talking about where to go and look for where can you go to see these launches. And I know there's videos on NSF. You could go to YouTube channel, check out where to go, where to see a Starbase launch, where to see a Space Coast launch. And you know all the good spots, don't you, Julia?
Oh, I do. I'm in a nice quiet spot right now with a marina view. I like it. Don't get me wrong. If you all ever see me out on the Space Coast, I'm usually somewhere along US 1 for most night launches. Feel free to say hello. Sometimes I do go out in the crowd. It just depends how good the cell signal is that day, but I'm happy to chat with you in between moments on stream.
And you guys can see on the picture on the screen there at the bottom, that white, it's almost like a smoke coming off the not the very bottom, but the bottom of the black part. That's the booster. You can see that rising up. That's the frost. And Julia, I know you can see that out there. It's going to be rising all the way up as they fill that booster up. And then at T minus 20 minutes, we should start seeing the vent coming from the tower. Julia, you mentioned earlier that this booster's flown for 19 times, and it's flown to the International Space Station a couple of times, I think, but it's lifted a lot of mass to orbit, this booster.
It has. It has actually only had one trip, CRS-27, to the space station, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, shall we say, customer missions, and then many, many Starlinks to orbit.
Oh, you're right. You're right. They get, as soon as you say something, they jump all over you. You're right. The booster doesn't go to the ISS. The second stage launches the payload. Yeah, no, that was me. That was my fault. Kevin got all over me with us. He stuck his tongue out. So you're right. Got to correct the host every now and then. For those of you just joining us, what you're looking at is Space Launch Complex 40 down in Florida on a clear, cool night. Is there any weather to report other than it's a little chilly, Julia?
Well, Gene, let me clarify what chilly is for the folks out there. For Floridians, currently in Titusville, it is 51 degrees. That means the team that's a little bit farther out on the Cape, closer to the Atlantic, believe it or not, y'all, they are bundled up in sweatshirts and jackets, while me, on the coast of the lagoon, I am more than content in my sweatshirt. You will be able to indicate wind speed by how the frost falls or the vent falls at the T minus 20-minute vent. It is a very still night where I am right now, which means that vent should be kind of dramatic and then just kind of hang in the air. So I'm looking forward to seeing that because T minus 20 means we're getting really close to launch.
So we've got the weather up there. Jay, you want to bring up the other one? Let's see the forecasted. There we go. Yeah, looks good. 24-hour delay, less than 5%. Probability of violating weather constraints. We talked earlier today, if you're watching some of the other NSF streams, about the tolerances of these rockets. And, they have temperature tolerances. They have wind tolerances, right? EJ, I'm going to bring you back in on this conversation.
Yep.
About, we see them launch through clouds. We see them launch in the rain. But they do have these flight tolerances like anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And if we violate those, either downrange at the landing zone or here at the launch site, but this looks fine. This looks good. We're ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like the winds are coming out of the northwest. On the ground, it should be it says 18 to 26 miles an hour. Temperature is 55% humidity. That's actually super low humidity for Florida, but we got visibility out to 7 miles. One of the tolerances here, Gene, for these rockets is wind shear. And if you could look at the additional risk criteria on the top right, you see that the upper level wind shear is low. Those winds coming out of the northwest, so it's 310 on the compass. It says it right there, liftoff winds. They basically are coming out of the northwest all the way up to about 30,000 feet. one of the big things with this is wind, and it's not just, oh, it's windy, we can't launch. It's wind that could go in different directions at different altitudes. So if your wind velocity changes and the heading of the wind, where the wind's coming from, changes at different altitudes, and the change is too great, that would basically constrain your launch criteria a little bit.
Mhm.
That's what that upper level wind shear is. It's not wind shear like, oh, the wind's blowing from the south, right? And the rocket is launching east, so the wind shear is too good. No, it's the change in wind shear going up that you got to worry about. But as you can see from the tile or from the card that we just showed there, it's low. It's basically coming out of the northwest all the way up to 30,000 feet, from what I can tell.
We're good to go. I mean, yeah, that weather looks great. We've seen worse.
Oh yeah.
We push off, but just about 3.5 more minutes, we should start seeing that vent from the for the upper stage. I'm trying to look for a really nice Falcon 9 question. Everybody wants you to talk like Zoidberg. I think we've run that gambit. I don't know if we want to do that or not, but I do want to thank a couple of folks. Telstar86, thank you so much, gifting that Red Team membership. And if you are the recipient of those, be sure to say thank you in the chat. It's a really nice thing. You can see that frost line still building up that booster. Thank you for gifting that. Bob Smith, thank you. $5 super chat. Just $5 so that Max and D can have a tent. Maybe a little chocolate hot cocoa out there, guys. Where's the picture of them bundled up? Jay, do you have the They need some hot cocoa, maybe a tent.
Hot chocolate sounds really nice right now. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, have a little space
There he is.
heater. Thank you very much for that super chat, Bob. We appreciate it. And then Bob Fillmore, thank you very much. I was showing the pictures. 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you guys so much for your support. And again, I can't tell you enough how appreciative everybody here is. We talk about it all the time. That we do this because we're space nerds. We love watching rockets launch and now land, and we get to travel and do it. And it's just a lot of people pour themselves into this, like the folks out there in the field, like the folks in the production room, like us doing the commentary. We do it because we love it. It's just a thing we love. So every time you hit that thumbs up button, every time somebody gifts a membership or becomes a member of NSF or L3. I mean, it's just amazing. Go to the website, L2. It's awesome. I said L3. I don't know where that came from. It's L2. I don't know where L3 came from. It's the next level, whatever.
You want to take it to the next level, man. It's fair.
He's going to get on me. He's going to say, now you have to create that, Gene. Okay, whatever. And sending in your questions and everything. We truly, truly appreciate all of the support that you guys give us. Coming up on, let's see, what are we? T-minus 21 minutes. I'm really looking for those good Falcon 9. I know we've got EJ, who's a Falcon 9, the guy. And I'm trying to find those good questions. Someone says they want to hear Kevin more. I don't know. EJ, what do you think? Yeah,
as long as he doesn't talk about Ship 26, I'm good.
Ooh, Falcon 9 launches from Kodiak. Ooh, that's a good question. You're not going to answer it in the next 30 seconds, though, are you?
Do you want me to? No, probably not. There's no reason to do
probably
that.
not.
Vandenberg exists.
Yeah. Speaking of Vandenberg, we're supposed to have a whole lot more launches, aren't we? Whole lot more launches in 2025. And
I really hope so.
Yeah. Why is that, Julie? You got about 10 seconds.
Because their landing zone is a lot closer than ours, so hopefully they ramp up and they can turn boosters around faster. There you go.
Awesome. Well, we see that gas. We see those gases escaping. That's our 20-minute vent, and we are going to just welcome all the folks that are joining us tonight. I'm Gene Rowley, your host from NSF, and we are here looking at Space Launch Complex 40 in anticipation of the Thuraya-4 launch, NGS, Next Generation Satellite. We are less than 20 minutes away from the launch of this Falcon 9. And joining me tonight for commentary is EJ. EJ, thanks for coming in. Going to be talking about this rocket and the payload a little bit more. You're good tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Out in the field, we've got them bundled up out there. We have D and Max. They're out there bringing you these shots that you're seeing right now on your screen. And also Julia. Julia is off-site. She's going to talk to us about this booster here in just a little bit. Julia, you still good?
I'm still fabulous.
Got it. Got your heater on. Okay. And then producing for us is Jay Keegan. And as you see on the screen, we've got the timeline up now. Now, this is the 20-minute vent. We talk about it. It's the LOX chill down. EJ, tell us exactly what's happening right now.
Okay. So what you see in center of your screen here, you're looking at Slick 40 or Space Launch Complex 40. Slick is the kind of slang term for it there. But you see a white cloud. That's a white cloud of condensation it's a cloud of condensation coming out. It's actually gaseous oxygen if we're going to be, really technical. And I know you guys like that, so that's what we're going to go with. What you're seeing there is the transporter erector, which is the gray structure. It's kind of difficult to see in this shot. It's the gray structure that's just next to Falcon 9. It's just off to the right. The transporter erector contains the second stage liquid oxygen and RP-1 fuel lines, amongst other things. It's also used to transport and erect the rocket up. I know, engineers, great at naming things. That vent right there is basically SpaceX chilling down the liquid oxygen line, to be very specific. They're chilling down the liquid oxygen line to make sure that it's at the optimal temperature to flow liquid oxygen into the vehicle. And what happens is you got to cool that pipe. The pipe that goes up the side of the transporter erector, it needs to be nice and cold. If you try to take super chilled liquid oxygen and move it through a pipe that's at ambient temperatures. Now, I know Julia and Max and Dee said they are cold, but they're not liquid oxygen cold in Florida tonight, I don't think. I mean, could be, probably not. So what they have is a vent at the top of the where the fueling umbilical goes into Falcon 9's second stage. There's a vent, and you see them venting gaseous oxygen out because they're flowing liquid oxygen up the pipe, and it's actually evaporating because it's cooling down the pipe. Once the pipe gets to the right temperature, then we should be good for fueling operations, which should happen relatively soon.
And this booster 1073 is going due east out of the Cape. It's going to be flying out there to the after stage separation. You'll see it here. And Julie, I'm going to bring you in on this one. Out there bobbing in the Atlantic is a shortfall of gravitas, right?
That is correct. Bobbing in the Atlantic, due east, about 600 kilometers offshore. Yeah. And they're ready to catch a booster. Yeah.
So folks can see the launch from, pretty much anywhere. If you look at Florida, we've got like Sawyer is about 170 miles south of the launch site, and he's saying that he can see it, a minute or so after launch. I mean, so anybody along the coast can pretty much see it, right?
Yep, you bet. If you are up and down the east coast of Florida, just look either north or south, depending on where you are. If you are in Tampa, you may even be able to see it. And added bonus, stay outside a little bit longer because with the clear skies, you should be able to see the reentry burn as well.
Oh, wow. That's awesome as it comes in through the atmosphere and lands on a shortfall of gravitas. Now, talk to me a little about, and this is one of the things, I mean, we see the boosters when they come back, but when the booster lands on the drone ship, what happens there? Like, what exactly happens?
What happens there? Well, hopefully we have a happy landing, right? And then
Right.
the booster, safe goes into safing mode. The first thing you'll actually see after it lands, depending on the drone ship, would be like a water deluge to protect the deck, right? Coming in hot. But after that, things we don't see on camera would be the octograbber coming out from the garage to secure the booster to the deck, and then they hook back up to that drone ship and tow it back in. Takes about 2.5 days to come back, and then they offload, turn around, and go back out and do it again.
And watching that come into the port's actually kind of neat when you see the NSF, I think it's fleet cam, is that the one we call it, when it's seeing all of the boosters there. So tonight, with the clear skies, hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll be able to see the launch, and then after stage separation, we're going to potentially be able to see the re-entry as it comes down range. I'm going to switch to the second stage, and after stage separation, EJ, this is going to a geostationary transfer orbit.
Mhm.
And
Yes,
then
sir.
the payload. Tell us about a geostationary transfer orbit before when the payload is deployed. Like, what happens to the second stage after separation?
Okay. This is gonna be a little bit of a nerdy response, guys, and it's gonna
Yay!
yeah, and it might be a little bit on the lengthy side. I'll try to keep this as brief as I possibly can. So, a geostationary transfer orbit is a type of orbit that Falcon 9 shoots payloads that are going to geostationary orbit. Now, what's a geostationary orbit? Why do we use it? A geostationary orbit is a type of orbit where the satellite's orbital period, or the time it takes to do one rotation, is synchronized with Earth's rotation. So the satellite seems to hover over a certain area. Okay? The transfer orbit is going to get you out to geo, right? So the transfer orbit is kind of halfway between low Earth orbit and geostationary orbit. A low Earth orbit would look very circular in nature. Depends on orbital eccentricity for the nerds, you know what I mean. And geostationary orbits are very circular as well. So what this transfer orbit looks like, if you were going to visualize it, it looks like an ellipse. It looks like a big oval with going around the Earth. One side of the oval is very close to Earth in low Earth orbit, and the other side is really, really high up in geostationary orbit. The low Earth orbit part would have an apogee. It depends on different geostationary transfer orbits, right? But it would have an apogee probably around 120 miles or about 170 kilometers. Well, the apogee or highest point in your orbit on this transfer orbit is going to be at geo, which is about 23,000 miles straight up, or about 38,000 kilometers up. So this transfer orbit is going to, Falcon 9 is going to put this thing into the transfer orbit. It's going to separate the satellite, and the satellite will coast out to that apogee that's up at 23,000 miles, and the satellite will actually fire its engines and circularize out there. Now, what does that have to do with the second stage? What happens to this second stage? Does it get out to geo? Well, yeah, it does for a second, but if you remember, I said the perigee, or lowest point in this orbit, is at about 200 kilometers and change, or at least it should be, guys. This SpaceX flies different trajectories all the time. The point is that the perigee of this orbit is enough to skirt the atmosphere. So the second stage, after it throws it into this transfer orbit, every time it does one rotation in this transfer orbit, with the lowest point basically skirting the atmosphere and the highest point out at geo, it's going to lower it. It's going to hit the atmosphere. It's going to dip into the atmosphere and dip into the atmosphere and dip into the atmosphere. It's a phenomenon called aerobraking. And aerobraking eventually will move your apogee down further and further and further. If you slow down at perigee, right, your orbit apogee is going to go down, and it will eventually burn up, but it's just going to take some time. Just like this explanation. All right.
You almost got the clock.
Yeah, I know. I was like, I gotta speed it up.
Yes. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's the good stuff. That's the stuff that we who don't know that come to NSF to get that right there. So thank you for that. And while we're talking about orbits, let's talk about this payload for a minute. Tell us again about the Thuraya next generation satellite. There you see it on your screens. The Thuraya-4. Tell us more about that, EJ.
So Thuraya-4 is on a Airbus Eurostar Neo sat bus. It's a sat bus that dates back into the 90s. The Neo platform is very, 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 very successful. That type of satellite is specific. A sat bus is basically a chassis for a satellite that's designed for geostationary operations. Airbus has been just upgrading it over time, like they'd upgrade a commercial airliner over time, right? Thuraya-4 is replacing, we figured this out actually earlier, Gene, it's replacing Thuraya-2, which is a Boeing satellite. Now, that's not because the Boeing satellite had anything wrong with it. It's just old. These satellites have a shelf life. The reason why is when you're out in geostationary orbit, you're still having perturbing forces. Basically, every time the moon gets near the satellite, it's going to pull it in a different direction. So the satellites have thrusters on them to keep them aligned over where they need to be. This satellite is just merely replacing Thuraya-4, which basically is going to be retired soon because it's almost out of fuel. You don't want the satellite to run out of fuel in the orbit in GEO. That's actually a space environmental mitigation technique. You know, you use the last bit of fuel to push the satellite to what's called a graveyard orbit, and then eventually Thuraya-4 will replace it in that slot. Now, what does that slot mean? Geostationary satellites have slots. That slot is correlated to longitude. So this one I do believe is going somewhere over Asia. So we're looking at probably. I'm taking a guess here, guys. I'd have to. Somebody will correct me. I think it's 50 degrees west. I think that could be wrong. It probably is. But yeah, the slots are correlated to longitude, and you have to. If you have a satellite that's near its end of life, you have to vacate the slot so another satellite can take its place.
So with these graveyard orbits, I know sometimes it's touchy, but they do burn up in time, and they have enough drag over time. They're going to come back in.
Well, okay. So with the stage, yes. With the satellites, no, they're never coming down unless we go and get them. You got to remember, these graveyard orbits have an apogee or apogee and perigee above 23,500 miles. So that's 38,000 kilometers up for the kilometer people, for the non-moon unit people. They use feet and miles. No, I'm just kidding. All right, I'm not trying to start that here. It is funny though. They actually move it past GEO, so it's higher. They use the last bit of fuel to actually push it out of GEO, and wherever it goes from there, I don't know. There is a lot of satellites in those graveyard orbits. Also, if there are other launch providers that send the upper stage, and Falcon does this from time to time, that sends the entire stage to GEO. And when you send the entire stage to GEO, you have to get the stage to a graveyard orbit too. There is many a Centaur stages up there from other launch providers, and many a Falcon 9 stages up there that are past GEO. And then once it's past GEO, they're like, all right, whatever, fine. But that does help keep the geostationary slots clean, so you can replace satellites. And so satellites, I mean, amongst other things, satellites don't bash into each other, or your satellite doesn't bash into an upper stage.
Yeah. So there's a lot of folks we want to thank. We're going to do that here after the launch. Don't worry. We appreciate you guys. We are going to do that. But I do want to bring Juliet back in because I want to talk about this booster and these fairings a little bit more. It's booster 1073. It's launching for its 20th flight. We didn't actually talk about the fairing recovery. Julia, talk to us about the fairing recovery after stage separation and the fairing deploy. They come screaming back in, and then what happens?
Well, those come screaming back in, and then one of our support ships, in this case, it is Bob, I believe, is about 100 kilometers farther than the drone ship. Those fairings, they come down somewhat gracefully for being the size of a school bus. Via parachute, and they splash down into the Atlantic Ocean. That support ship has a lovely crane. That crane brings both of them on deck, and they bring those back ahead of the booster. Sometimes they actually stay out and do another mission with the capability of putting 4 fairing halves on their deck. Do I know how many times these fairings have gone? No, I do not. Those are harder to track than boosters, unfortunately.
Well, I have some information. We know that and it's a courtesy of Alex, who tracks all of these things for us here at NSF. One of the booster halves has flown its 19th flight, and then the other one is 16th flight, because we can track the serial numbers, he says, and he's very happy about that. So
that's right. They recently added a way to see it if we see it on the pad. Yes, good call, Alex.
So T-minus 5 minutes. We've got some call outs from SpaceX, some prop load. So it's official. We're going to be launching this thing hopefully here in just a minute. You see a couple events. What's going on inside that rocket, EJ, right now in the last 5 minutes?
So as we get closer to the T0 here, SpaceX will keep topping up these fuel tanks basically until they're fully fueled. Once again, you want to make sure that your liquid oxygen tank on your first stage and your second stage are filled up right at the right at the same time. They both fill up at the exact same point. That point should occur probably little ways right before startup, which should be around 1 minute. But before that, you're going to get a strong back retract. The strong back will move back into a throwback position at about 89 degrees, so that's 1 degree off the rocket. The reason why they do that is because the transporter erector or strong back is holding the rocket in place. The rocket can only stand up by itself and if it's fully fueled. That's the only way that thing can structurally stand up. I know what people are going to say. Well, what about the first stage landing? Well, that first stage landing, this first stage can stand up by itself on its landing legs when it doesn't have a full tank of propellants and no upper stage and payload on top of it, right? If the rocket's going to be fully fueled, first stage, second stage, payload fairings, the only way that's going to stand up is if those fuel tanks are full. So we'll get to the strong back retract once the tanks are full, and then Falcon 9 will go into startup at T-minus 1 minute.
Now the strong back, it retracts a little bit, and then at launch, it really it rocks back away from those Merlin engines that are pushing this rocket uphill.
Exactly. Yeah, it's called a throwback. Basically, the throwback is designed to get any equipment on that transporter erector that might be, sensitive to copious amounts of fire away from the copious amounts of fire that's going to happen when Falcon 9 lifts off.
Yeah. So we're under 3 minutes now, and in mission control, they're doing what they do in mission control, and then at 1 minute, the Falcon 9 goes into what's called startup. And tell us a little bit about that in the next minute or so.
Okay, so just an additional thing here. Right before that, you're going to see them evac the propellants out of that transporter erector because you don't want your transporter erector to be on fire when the rocket goes off. You very much want the rocket to do that, right? When Falcon 9 goes into startup, basically that's when everybody's kind of hands off with the entire launch. Falcon 9's computers will control everything. And Falcon 9.exe, launch Falcon 9.exe, they're not using Windows, they use Unix for what it's worth, will start running. And that's basically when your hands off, you let the thing do its thing.
Yeah, I saw a comment earlier. They said, Falcon 9 knows where it is and where it's not all the time. Yeah.
It knows where it is, so it knows where it isn't.
It knows where it is, so it knows where it isn't.
Yep.
This booster is again launching to a geosynchronous transfer orbit. Excuse me. It's booster 1073. It was a 46-day turnaround. As we come up to that 1 minute, we should hear the call out from SpaceX that Falcon 9 is in startup in just a second, and then they'll find their final polling, and the launch director actually gives the last call out. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. The launch director will report at T-minus 30 seconds go for launch.
And again, this one's going straight east. We pulled that video. We've got some long-range video after launch, and again, the zoom in from our folks in the field.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. There's your ground gas closeout. That's the vent. So we saw the T-minus 20 minute vent, Gene. Sorry to interrupt. We saw the T-minus 20 minute vent there to get the fuel up. Now they're trying to get the residual fuel out of the lines.
Why are they doing that again?
They're doing that because having propellant in your lines, if you have a line that's pressurized and you detach it really fast, you're going to create a geysering effect. That'll shoot liquid oxygen all over the outside of your vehicle. And then there's
bad.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Yeah.
The
bottom of the vehicle could ignite that. In fact, if you look at the early SpaceX launches, it does ignite. Yeah, that's the reason why there's a throwback to get that stuff out of the way from the rocket launch.
So here we go with the first launch of 2025. We have go for launch from the launch director, Falcon 9 with booster 1073 launching for its 20th time. And we are going to have some sweet rocket audio here in just a little bit as we get ready for the first launch of 2025 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We should see ignition and liftoff of booster 1073. Oh, you can already start to hear it just a little bit. On its way uphill, carrying the Thuraya-4 next generation satellite. Oh, what a great view. Here comes some of that sweet audio, guys. I'm going to shut up so we can all enjoy it. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. That sound never gets old.
Oh, it's great.
Gotta love it. I just gotta love it. And I'm so jealous for people along the Space Coast because right now, with the cool, clear sky, you're going to be able to see this launch and potentially that re-entry burn for this booster. For what? I mean, gosh, Sawyer's what, 170 miles away? Amazing. And what you're seeing right now is those Merlin engines. Is that Sawyer's shot? I can't tell. That's okay. That's Sawyer's shot from 170 miles away. Wow. I'm just stunned. Everybody out there on the Space Coast gets to see an amazing rocket launch.
So,
Everybody's
Gene,
riding me because I called him a viewer. Everybody's getting on to me for that. Go ahead, EJ.
well, he is a space enthusiast, just like Ryan.
Don't
you get it,
You're gonna get me in trouble, man. I thought you were my friend.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Look at that. Look at that. So what you're seeing right now is that the plume expanding as it gets up into the thinner parts of the atmosphere, and we should be coming up here pretty soon on Miko, and there it is. And then we see a stage separation, and then what you'll see is the second stage with a Merlin vacuum optimized engine, and there we go. And that booster is on its coast face toward the drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas. And I have a ton of people to thank for all of their support. They've been very patient, and we can watch this rocket go, and I will thank them. Protogenesis, thank you so much for that $2 super chat. They're talking to you, Max and D. They're saying thank you for being out there in the cold. Look at that, EJ. Check out that.
It's beautiful. Because of the
That's
different
awesome.
nozzle geometry of that second stage, you get a very different plume effect that you do from the first stage. It's crazy. That first stage has 9 engines, but that single Merlin vacuum engine in that second stage firing, just because the nozzle's different, is going to give you a completely different plume effect.
Very cool. There goes the fairing halves on their way back. I love these shots from SpaceX.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
Look at that.
Yep, you can see some stars in the background there.
Or were those
the ones that are
fairing
moving
halves
up?
being lit up? Yeah.
The ones that are moving on the background really, really quickly from bottom to top, those are stars going by.
Yeah.
But you can very distinctly see 2 dots that are kind of traveling just behind that second stage. That's light reflecting off of the jettisoned payload fairings, which, as Julia mentioned, those poppies are going to come back down and land. They got parachutes on them. They'll come back down.
And then Doug picks them up, right? Or Bob. Which one is it? Julia, you said was out there? It was Doug. Doug. Now, how long is this? So this burn is going to go for a while. We don't have any shots of the booster yet. It's strange. Normally they have that reorienting and starting to come in to catch the entry burn, which you can see on your screen is coming up. Look at it. This thing is screaming right along. Oh, wow. We keep switching back and forth, and I keep getting more and more wide-eyed at the shots.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are crazy out there in the field. This is so good.
Beautiful.
I love the stars going by. It's amazing.
Yep. Yeah, the stars are a little more pronounced with this camera here. Beautiful.
It's amazing it's just amazing. Carrying a 5 metric ton payload up to its transfer orbit. Huh. So booster 1073 just launched for its 20th time, and now we're waiting. By the way, what you're seeing on your screen is the second stage still powering its way uphill, and we should see the booster do an entry burn here in just a minute or so as it comes down, and out there waiting for it is a shortfall of gravitas.
Yep, and as you can see here, you see a shot on board the second stage here as we come up to that entry burn, which is my favorite part. But if you guys are wondering, that nozzle, I don't know if everybody here could tell, that nozzle's a little bit warm. You could tell because it's glowing, right? And you can tell because of the way it is. That's pretty neat. No, believe it or not, that nozzle is that's how it's cooling itself. The glowing is how it's cooling itself. When you're up in the vacuum, you can't conduct heat and you can't convect heat. The only way you can get rid of heat coming from that really, really hot rocket engine is through light. It's using radiation. It's using thermal radiation, black body radiation to actually cool itself. That's how that nozzle doesn't melt. All right.
It also doesn't it run some of the propellant down into the engine bell and then back up before it goes in the combustion chamber.
That
so it cools a little bit that way as well.
So that one has a regenerative cooled gas generator. The gas generator is the exhaust from the gas generator is film cooling part of the nozzle. That's why some of the nozzle is dark and some of the nozzle is light. That one does not
just the entry burn?
Yep. There it is.
Oh, they caught it. Nice.
Perfect.
Nicely done, Max.
Supersonic retro propulsion.
Oh, you had to say it before me.
I'm sorry. That's my thing, man. That's my thing. I'm taking it.
Well, we've seen the entry burn, so now this booster is going to be coming back, and it's aiming for that drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas in the Atlantic. And what you'll see that speed as it comes into the thicker part of the atmosphere in the lower right-hand corner. You'll see it start to decrease, and there it goes. Those grid fins are working as it's coming into that thick part of the atmosphere, and it's going to come down and do its landing burn. And it just has just enough fuel, right, EJ? It comes just enough fuel, landing burn, landing legs, land.
Yep. Absolutely. There's only, I mean, Falcon 9 is going to have some residual when it lands because you don't want to dry fire a rocket engine. That would be very bad for it. Explosions. But yeah, it'll just have enough residual just to not get these things to all the way to the empty, all the way to the E on the fuel gauge. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And here in just a second, we should see that second stage engine shut down. And it's powering all the way up 27,000. There's Seco's second engine cut off. And we should be coming down. There is the landing burn on the left-hand side of your screen.
Red fins are going to do some work here, coming down through the clouds here. Drone ship should be visible under the left side grid fin on your screen. There it is. Grid fin's doing some work, steering that Falcon 9 all the way back to that drone ship here. Once we have landing leg, we got landing leg deploy happening. Grid fins lock into position. We're on thrust vector control and attitude control systems only. And we got dead center. Gene, right down the
Love
pipe.
it. I love it. Bullseye. Booster 1070. You can hear in the background some of the SpaceX chatter. 1073 landing on a drone ship.
There you go.
I love this. It never gets old for me. And great job catching that entry burn, Max. Just really good stuff. I mean, the shots tonight from Max and D and Sawyer way down south. That was awesome. That was awesome. So now we've got a coast face here. Now, can I thank people? Jay, he yelled at me, by the way. I really want to say thank to everybody. What was that?
Gene, I just want to point
out
the moon and Venus.
Yeah.
Almost in conjunction, right next to the Merlin vacuum nozzle. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat.
You ever notice that every time we watch one of these, there's always something, right? Every time I watch a rocket launch, there's something different. Like this guy, whatever. There's always something different that happens. There's that strong back retracting. Okay. We're going to have some awesome slow-mos for you here in just a little bit, but I got a lot of people to thank and some questions potentially to get to. I'm going to go right down the list here. Daniel Riedel, thank you so much. $4.99 super chat. Here is a theoretical question, EJ. This is probably for you. When will Falcon 9 be retired in favor of a new rocket, or will there be a next generation Falcon 9?
Well, the next generation Falcon 9 is launching next week. It's called Starship.
Right.
Starship is aiming to partially. It's aiming to overcome some of the bottlenecks for being able to rapidly reuse Falcon 9. A glaring one is reusing your second stage. Falcon 9 second stages don't come back. Starship, kind of is the second stage, and it does come back. Now, what in terms of, SpaceX is working on the successor now. Does that mean Falcon's going to be retired soon? Gene, I probably 2030s. I'd say 2031, 2032, maybe somewhere around there. And it's weird to say that that number is on the horizon. I really don't like that, but also, here we are. I know off the top of my head that Falcon 9 is contracted for Department of Defense missions until 2028 at the very least. That's what's on paper. That's, there could be more coming down the pipe. And we know the ISS is going to be around until at least 2030. So I can't see Falcon 9 flying much longer after that, especially when something like Starship is operational.
Yeah. Yeah. Being out I got to get down to Florida. I want to be out in the field with Max and T and Julia and everybody else. And Julia, I want to bring you in on this because I know it's a clear night tonight. And we saw the entry burn on Max's camera. Tell me what it was like being on the side of the road and looking.
Oh, well, it was beautiful. It was like the midnight sun rising. Um, and from my perspective, when the reentry burn happened, it almost looked like it would have been an RTLS to the launch site if it were,
Oh,
a different
wow.
world. But kind of a preview in my mind of what it will look like when they start putting those landing pads at the launch sites here in the somewhat near future. So I don't know, y'all. It was a really pretty first launch of the year.
You're talking to a bunch of space nerds, and when you talk about the rockets coming back and potentially being caught in Florida, et cetera, I mean, it's going to be an amazing sight. But seeing a rocket launch at night from the locations where these off-site places to go and watch a rocket launch, we have a small taste of what that looks like from where you were tonight. And I want to show everybody what that looked like. That's amazing. Julia, talk us through this photograph.
Well, that was a plan B shot setup. This isn't exactly where I was planning to be, but this is how I imagined the shot when I got here. Unfortunately, the picture you all are seeing is the only picture I got due to user error. So I'll have to come back here again because get this, y'all. If you have noise canceling headphones, yeah, don't have them on while you're trying to listen to your own camera because you will hear Max's camera firing off and think that yours is misfiring. I love you,
I think
Max. I love ya.
I heard them in the background. I thought that was the crackle, and I was wrong. I was about 10 seconds early. So,
Yeah, no, that was Max's high-speed shutter going, and that's the exact opposite of the type of shot I was going for. So this is a preview, folks, of a shot coming soon, probably very soon for me in a future launch.
yeah, looks good. Imagine that, folks, that star, if you will, the plume of the rocket. Imagine that rising up. Great shot, Julia. Looks good. Let's
Thanks,
go back
Gene.
and thank some more folks. Lots of Red Team memberships. Bideford, thank you so much for those Red Team memberships. We appreciate it. We are going to stay, as you can see on your screen, there is a coast phase. It's not too long. We're going to get a short burn, and then we'll stay to the deploy of Thuraya-4 right here on NSF. Sideshow, Bob, thank you so much for that $5 tip. Been watching since the best Starship explosion that nobody could see. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like
SN11.
that one. Yeah, yeah.
Been watching for some time.
It's funny when we're all tank watchers, right? If you're an original OG tank watcher, like we remember those suborbitals and the water towers can fly and Starhopper doing its. I'll never forget that first flight of Starhopper. It was awesome. A store message from Ethereal Swordsman. Thank you so much. You needed a calendar, so Ethereal Swordsman jumped out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, grabbed a calendar. And they're awesome. And D has the cover this year for 2025. There are two, right? There are two calendars. There's a Starbase one, and there's a general spaceflight nerd calendar with amazing photographs in it. So get out there and check out those calendars. They're pretty awesome. Chef Gator, thank you so much for being a Pad Rat member. We appreciate it. Oh, and Max has the other cover of the calendar. So there you go. And by the way, let's go to support those photographers and the work they do for you. So get out there and check those out. I can't wait to get mine, put it on the wall with all the rest of my rocket nerd stuff. Let's see. Pedro Benson, thank you so much for that super chat. I was able to see clearly from Spring Hill, Florida, and you're right, my friend. It never gets old. I will watch every rocket launch. I know EJ's the same way.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. More rockets, more better, as Jeff said. Well, not as Jack. Goodness, as Jack says, he says more data, more better. It's more everything, more better.
To be fair, Jeff probably says that as well.
I say he's Jeff right now. And by the way, we're talking about Bezos. Is probably wondering when his rocket's going to launch. He's probably walking around telling everybody, launch it, let's go. You said earlier that the pads are probably full. Getting some airspace is probably the issue.
Yep.
Caitlin Lindsay, thank you so much for the $10 tip. We appreciate it. Amazing stream tonight. Gene and EJ are engaging commentary. Well, it's mostly EJ. Let's be honest. Julia, Max, Sawyer, D in the field, obviously beautiful shots, and Jay operator. Everybody, look at that. Just got called out. Everybody, thank you so much, Caitlin. We do this with you. We don't do it for you. We don't do it because of you. We do this with you. You're part of the team too. And I'm going to say this name wrong. I'm going to do it on purpose. I don't know how I'm going to say this name wrong, but fine. Not Garden. Can I say that? Can I say that without getting in trouble, EJ? Thank you so much for that $20 super chat. I know it comes up. It's not.
There.
Garden. You got to pause. You got to pause. Snot. Garden.
Yeah. All right. So if you get in trouble, I get in trouble too now. We're good.
Can't overstate how amazing the first launch viewing was. Thank you guys so much for everything. Re-entry burn was brilliantly clear. I could see it from 131 plainly. Wow. Left a mark on the eyeballs. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And again, guys, we're staying through deploy, so don't go anywhere. We've got a little bit more of the coast phase, and we've got a burn, and then we're going to stay through deploy. So get those questions in at NASA Spaceflight in the chat. Here's what it looked like from behind the scenes. Get ready. Mind blown. I love these long exposure shots. I can't see this enough.
Beautiful.
Isn't it just
they're great.
It just blows my mind. These guys are so good. I just want to point out they're out there when it's cold, just like Julia is. They've got their little table set up. They've got their cameras. That's dedication, folks. That is dedication. Go ahead. We got another one. It changes just a little bit. It's going to clear up. Bam. Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And now there's a lot of pad work going on over there, right, EJ? They're purging lines and they're doing this and they're getting ready and for another launch here in a couple days, I guess, if they got to get to 180.
Yeah, that transporter erector over at Slick 40 is already in the down position, and teams are going out to basically what they got to do is you have some residual fuel in the lines that go to the pad. They got to empty those out, bring them back up to ambient temperature, put the fuel, they got to refill the liquid oxygen tanks for the next launch, which should be probably happening soon. It's trucked in for the people that care. And they bring the transporter erector down, unlatch it from the pad hydraulics that push it upright, amongst other things, and then they're going to move it right back into the Slick 40 HIF to put another rocket on.
Yeah. If they want to get to 180, this cadence is going to be crazy. And of course, we're talking about Vandy launches and so on as we get further into this year. This is going to be a lot of fun and a lot of work for everybody at NSF, and I know we are all ready for it. We talk about it constantly. We're got assets everywhere. If you hear Doss talk about it, and these guys have meetings behind the scenes, it's really amazing to watch and seeing all of the work that goes into the content that gets put out on L2 and NASASpaceflight.com and all of the YouTube content now that's on X. It's really amazing. Store message, can't wait to see 2025 photographs. I know, me neither. I can't wait to see them either, but you can go to and get the calendars from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. SpaceX.com. You can also check out some of their 2024 prints. And like I said, I've got these of Starship 6, the Flight Test 6. I was there. It was my first, I gotta say this to be honest, it's my first rocket launch ever live was Starship Flight 6. I think I did okay, EJ. I think I did okay.
It's just fine.
I mean, it's I had the opportunity. I went, and now I'm looking forward to Flight 7 through 100, if Lord willing.
There you go.
All right. I had some questions came up earlier. We've got a couple more minutes, maybe I don't know, 6 or 8 minutes before this burn. We've got about a minute-long burn coming up, and then we're going to stay through all the way through the deployment of the satellite. There is a little bit of a coast phase after just a couple of minutes. And then we're gonna look at some slow motion video as well. But one of the questions that came up was about New Glenn, and I know you guys talked about it earlier, and I know it did its static fire. We talked about it earlier in the stream. But one of the questions that came in from I'm going to say this Baktu Egofod. I messed that up. I really did. Can New Glenn carry Gateway to lunar orbit in one piece? I don't know.
Yeah, I had that question teed up, but we didn't get time. We didn't get around to it. Certainly with payload fairing space, yeah, volume. Like speaking from a volume standpoint, you could fit that in the payload fairing. Nice. Okay, cool, sweet. Moving on. You could fit it in the payload fairing. I'm not sure if New Glenn has the Delta V to push it out there, because currently Gateway is scheduled. It's penciled in on a Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy can move more into space in terms of mass, not volume. New Glenn has a bigger fairing, believe it or not. I mean, there's the extended Falcon Heavy fairing for the technical people, so maybe it's comparable at some point. But I don't think New Glenn has the Delta V. I really don't think it does. I think New Glenn can move, 45 metric tons to low Earth orbit. Falcon Heavy is considerably above that. It almost could, though. It's close. It's very close.
I guess we'll see.
I mean,
I guess we're gonna find out.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah. So Rupen sent a store message in. Thank you so much for going out and checking that. When we talked about the patches, some of those, there was the pre-order, and then the patches were delivered. Went ahead and ordered a second set of patches. And that goes to support their favorite YouTube channel. They call it their favorite YouTube channel and the best hosts and speakers. Keep up the good work. Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you so much, Rupen, for that support. We appreciate it. One of the questions that came in, and on your screen right now, you're seeing an onboard camera of that full-size nozzle. And there was a question that came up in the chat earlier talking about what is a stubby nozzle. EJ, why sometimes do we see the full-size nozzle on Falcon 9 second stage as we're looking at right now, and then sometimes they use like a small stubby one, and apparently nobody likes the stubby one?
I am not a fan. From a visual perspective, it looks ridiculous, but from an engineering perspective, it's actually really smart. So why use the small one over the big one? It's basically afforded to performance, right? That is the big deal. Oh, we can see the second stage chilling is happening from the vent line opening on the top side of the rocket. I'll keep this short because we're getting up to the burn. The metal that they used to make the nozzle is a rare earth metal. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I know it's something that SpaceX launches so much they basically exhaust the supply and you don't get that metal back. So some missions they choose to run a smaller nozzle when the performance isn't needed. That smaller nozzle, it has a little bit of an efficiency hit. Your specific impulse or miles per gallon for your rocket do go down with the stubby nozzle, and you suffer a little bit of a thrust loss with the smaller nozzle. That's all. The reason why SpaceX uses the stubby nozzle is because there's not enough metal, because they make so many upper stages. There's not enough metal to make that upper stage nozzle. They're trying to save what they have to make sure they don't exhaust the supply completely.
And there was a race in the back channel for the name of that medal, and it looks like Jack won by 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we want to. Okay, I'm not sure. I wasn't really sure if that's known. It's niobium. It could be niobium carbide. I'm not exactly sure what the exact composition of it, but it is. It's part of it is niobium. SpaceX exhausted the dang supply of the stuff. Okay.
Nausoleum.
Nausoleum.
Nausoleum. Yeah. What you're seeing right now is they're chilling the engine.
Yep.
Why are they chilling the engine in space?
Well, believe it or not, everybody says, "Oh, space is really, really cold, Gene." It's not. It's not actually cold. It's nothing. It's nothing. That's important to understand. You can't convect heat in space. There's no way to get rid of the heat. So if you're in the sunlight, if the second stage is in the sunlight for a second, it'll actually melt.
Mm-hmm.
But you how Falcon 9's engine gets rid of that heat is it glows. You can see the scorch mark on that niobium nozzle for where it was glowing before, right? Now that's how it gets rid of the heat here. But you also got to make sure that your turbine machinery, the fuel pumps, are nice and cool. You don't want those to heat up in the sunlight, because if they heat up, they're staying heated up. And if you're moving that cold liquid oxygen propellant into this motor, right, and the turbine machinery isn't at the right temperature, it'll try to turn to gas inside of your fluid impellers, inside of your fuel pump. And if you have cavitation inside of your liquid oxygen impeller, okay, so first of all, if these words mean nothing, yeah, it'll explode. That's
Yeah.
the right way to say it, or cause a fire where you
Rockets.
don't want it. Yep.
Rockets go boom.
Mhm.
Rockets go boom.
You could see some solid oxygen propagating off of the vent there. That's what those snowflakes are, guys. It's not actually ice. It's
Yeah.
it's solidified oxygen.
Yeah. So we're coming up here in just a few seconds on SES2, a second engine start 2. In just 10 seconds or so, we'll see that kick up, and that's going to be about a 56-second burn, which will go to Seco 2, and we should see that ignite here in a second. You'll see it go because of the puff of the Mylar. You can always know when the Mylar jacket kind of puffs up a little bit. They're running fuel. Yep.
So,
and this will be about a 56-second burn to get them to the orbit that they want, and they'll call their orbital insertion after this burn. And then following this, we'll have another few minutes to talk about this launch, the payload, etc., before we get to that payload deploy. In that time, we're going to look at some replays from this amazing launch where we were able to see not only the launch from the Space Coast, but also that re-entry burn, which Max got on his camera, which is amazing. So it'll be fun to see those. So don't go anywhere. Slow-mos are coming up. We like slow rocket launches. You know, one of the things I like doing, not only watching the slow motion replays of the launches, you ever taken this is going to sound weird, EJ.
Do
you ever take the video and turn it sideways so it looks like it's flying horizontally across?
I can't say I've done that.
It's super cool. Rocket launches are cooler when they're horizontal. So there we have second engine cutoff 2. And again, we've got just a couple more minutes of a coast phase to that deployment. Shut down nominal orbit insertion was the call out from SpaceX. So we're gonna coast with this a little bit longer until we get the payload deploy of the Thuraya-4. So let's check out some of these launch slow-mo
Hold on, guys,
videos.
before we get to that real quick. I thought I saw some lightning strikes down below the nozzle down on Earth. You can see the lightning. You can see thunderstorms, particularly heat lightning that's in the upper atmosphere. You can definitely see it. And then, of course, they changed the camera. Oh, wait, no, they changed it back. There might be some lightning down there, but if we want to get to those replays, we can. I'm pretty sure I saw some lightning down there. Now, don't get that confused with the attitude control systems on Falcon 9's second stage. That's the pulsing that you see kind of in the foreground of the shot. Oh, there it is. There was some lightning. All right. You see it?
No, I didn't. I've never
you
heard
missed
anybody
it.
so enthusiastic about lightning from space.
It's cool.
We gotta have that. That's good. It's lightning. You know, on the ISS, it'd be cool to kind of fly over and see all the weather and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Here we go. Let's see what we get. On the right side of your screen, of course, we're going to keep with that through this coast phase. We should be seeing And they're ready to go here. Let's go ignition. Is this a super slow-mo? There we go. This
So
is
you can
from
see
Max's camera.
that transporter erector moving way
yeah.
out of the way. It doesn't. You can
Oh,
actually
it really
see a little-
does.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of the vent, some residual pressure in that liquid oxygen line come out, but it didn't ignite, which is great.
And this is Fleet Cam.
This is going to be great. If you guys haven't seen a launch, it is wild stuff because watching the Fleet Cam here, the sky lights up.
At night, yeah.
It's amazing.
It's daytime.
Oh, I miss Florida.
That's crazy. That is. Oh, I love it. I got to move there.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, all the rocket nerds in chat are like, "Hey, we all want to move there."
Yep, we all do.
We are about 3 minutes from the deployment of that payload. Plenty of time for these slow-mo launch replays. Ah, I love it. I like how it just rises above the trees. Wait.
Waiting.
Wait a second. These are not. Oh, these are real time? Why do they look so slow? I was calling them slow-mo videos, but that's real time. Oh,
she's booking.
Look at that. You're right.
That's
It
what I
just
mean.
lights up the entire sky, doesn't it?
Becomes daytime.
Yeah, Alex calls. They're not slow-mos, they're normos.
Oh dear.
All right, here we go with the re-entry shot, right? This is Max. Oh, that was so cool. Wait,
Wild.
what? Wait. Oh, was this was that Sawyer? This was Sawyer's shot. That can't be Sawyer. Oh, it's Gage. Okay. So many camera people. I don't know them all. That's beautiful. Behind the scenes, Max and D not drinking hot chocolate. Unfortunately, we got to make that happen. That's cool. And away. Check out the shadows on the right-hand side as this thing's on its coast phase.
Yep, that's what I mean. Second you get into sunlight, temperature goes up a couple 100 degrees.
And we're
In
coming
both
up
units
on
of
this.
measurement.
We're coming up on payload deploy here in just a second. But look at that.
Absolutely.
I love behind the scenes shots. Look how bright it gets. Wow.
Get behind the scenes, chat.
Get behind the scenes, chat. Here we go. So this is the Thuraya-4, and it is about to deploy from the second stage into a geosynchronous transfer orbit.
Yep. So if
And,
you look
the
at
audio you're hearing is not from this shot. This is from the launch shot from the camera.
So as we come up on deploy here, the two wires that you see on the right side of your screen are connected into your payload separator here. It's kind of like a V-band clamp, if you're familiar with those. You should see the ring kind of open a little bit, and the sat should deploy using springs. That clamp, it's basically an electronic clamp. Well, electromechanical. And when they get the signal to release, there it goes. The ring opens.
Load separation confirmed.
And we get a good
And we
confirmation
heard the
of
call,
separation.
and there you can see we have a beautiful view of.
Right dead center of that, you can see there's a little circular object in the center of that satellite. That's its propulsion system. That is an ion thruster. It ionizes inert gas inside of its combustion chamber to generate thrust. That's what that satellite is using for propulsion. Pretty cool. Ion thrusters, like, you know, if any Star Wars fans out there, TIE fighters, that. Now, I know what people are going to say. Wait, that exists in real life? Well, yes, it does.
It does.
No, it doesn't fly like a TIE fighter does in Star Wars. If you have a desk fan, Gene, it's probably less thrust than that thing, or more thrust.
It depends on how long you leave it running, right?
Yep.
Low ISP, long time, high thrust. Here we go. That was awesome. I loved waiting until the payload deploy, and the shots from Max and D, and Gage and Sawyer, just fantastic. And EJ, thank you guys. Thank you for talking us through everything that happens with these Falcon 9s, and especially that payload. Thank you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I love this stuff just as much as everybody here. I don't take it lightly being on these casts, and them giving me the good graces of coming in here and talking to you guys. And I just wanted to say thank you, everybody, for watching. Appreciate it.
It was awesome. Thank you guys so much. Jim Cabot, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. So many people behind the scenes. Max, D, Julia out in the field. Thank you guys so much for joining us tonight for this launch of a Falcon 9. Jay Keegan producing. Their pictures are going to be coming. Guys, follow them on X. Follow them everywhere. 2025. We started it off with this one, and it is going to be an incredible year for space flight. And you stay with NSF, and we'll keep bringing you the coverage. We're going to roll out of here with an amazing slow-mo. Look at this, guys. I've been your host tonight. I'm Gene Rowley for NSF. Remember, dream big and keep your eyes on the stars.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! 145! Oh my god!
Equalize.
43 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?